Cool. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Wonderful to see so many bright faces in the room already at 9:30. Today is day 3 of the World Congress and Media Innovation Festival. We are really excited to get started with what really one of the panels that I've been most excited about over these 3 days. Isa will take us through a really fascinating group of experts and media founders who are all working on across the world, a really international group, and we're excited for their participation. So with that, I will leave it over to Isa. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the effort of being at 9:30 on the third day of a festival. I know it's a lot of inputs and a lot of conversations going on, so we are really happy that you're here. Very privileged that you're here. So my name is Isabella. I'm Isabella Moy, but don't call me Isabella because it's only when people are angry with me, so you can call me Isa. I'm the CEO of Agência Mural, a local non-profit news organization based in São Paulo, Brazil. And I'm very honored to moderate this panel with colleagues from all over the world that I'm going to introduce you. So what we're going to do is really profit that we're all together here and try to have a conversation among us and with you. So it's going to be very informal. Of course, we planned it a little bit, but please feel free if you need to express yourself or wait to the end. We are going to try to leave some minutes for questions from the public. So how we're going to do is I'm just going to read the theme of this panel, and then I'm going to introduce those wonderful women, and then the first round is going to be quick introductions of their work and why they do what they do. Okay, so we are here to discuss and have a conversation about various issues inside the label of feminist media. So keeping or bursting bubbles, how feminist media develops audience connections, its success and challenges. How do you establish and manage growing media with a feminist and inclusive mission? We will dissect how to create a business grounded in feminist values and the challenges of attracting readers from outside your community. So I have Laura Aguirre from Alharaca in El Salvador, co-founder and director of strategic projects. Then second to Laura is Catherine Gicheru, director of Africa Women Journalist Project from Kenya. Audina Sokanovic, right? Journalist at Women's Forums of Prijepolje, Serbia. And Drikuti Rai, co-founder of Boju Bajai, Nepal. So do you want to do in order, like the introductions? Do you want to start, Laura?
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody, and thanks for being here. As Isa said, I'm Laura Aguirre. I'm from El Salvador, but actually I'm based in Berlin. And I am one of the 3 co-founders of Alharaca. Alharaca is an independent digital media from El Salvador. And we are 17 people. 11 of us are based in El Salvador, and 6 are in different countries. And not because we are in exile, but because we are a hybrid media outlet since the beginning, no? That the 3 co-founders, we live in Germany, and we decided to create this media outlet in El Salvador because, of course, we wanted to have a voice in our country, but more than that is that we, the 3 of us, have already worked in other digital independent media in El Salvador, and we were tired, really tired, to always try to be taken in account as a feminist journalist and feminist, no? And we were tired to always talk on trying to convince our male colleagues that the things that affect women and people in of diversity matters. And we are not a minority. no, in the society, that our issues are something from universal interest. So we decided to create our own room, our own space, to create as whatever we want and to talk as whatever we want. We already, Alaraca was created in 2018, and right now, of course, we are dealing with a very complicated political context in El Salvador. Even that, we're still working, and we are preparing maybe for going to exile. And maybe then we will talk more about what we are specific doing as a journalist feminist.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah.
Okay.
Catherine?
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I've been waiting to talk to you all, and I hope you're ready to listen to us because I've got a bunch of, I've met my colleagues this morning, and I'm already fired up by what you might end up having to talk for maybe 2 hours after this. Anyway, I am a founder of the Africa Women Journalism Project, and the reason I started it is because I was, like both my colleagues have said, is you're tired of not seeing yourself. You're 51% of the population, but you don't see yourself, you don't hear yourself, and you don't read about yourself. So our initiative, the AWJP, our objective is to actually work with women journalists. We train them, we mentor them, and we support them in producing content in their newsrooms. I don't have a newsroom myself. AWJP is not a newsroom, but they produce content that their newsroom can then publish, which is in line with the feminist values that we do adhere to. And the intention here is to make sure that we change how the newsrooms look at feminist reporting or issues to do with women. And it's not only women, because seriously, when we say women, it's everybody who's marginalized in our context, because women is just one aspect of that. And in line with that, we also work with the newsrooms to see how we can help them produce news products that target women. Because if anybody has read the most recent GMP, the Global Media Monitoring report, what it says is that 12% of women actually are actually considered or actually featured in the news in Africa. And it's not only in Kenya, I think it's globally, it's nothing to be proud about. Nobody is there up there saying we are addressing women. And our intention is that if we can help newsrooms produce the kind of content that brings in women as audiences, then they I'm not very, they might have an opportunity to find a sustainable way of keeping their newsrooms alive. So that's the long and short of it. We just want to change things inside. Because fighting from outside is good, but we want to change how the media ecosystem is like, and at the same time support more women so that we are more of us making those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Aldina?
I would also like to say it's my pleasure to be here today and tell you something about my organization. Well, our story began in 2000 here when a group of very passionate women saw that in our society, just like in El Salvador and Africa, also had half of population whose voice was not heard. Women were not in political life, in economical or any other activist fields active, because it was, and it still is in one part, very patriarchal environment for them. So we decided in 2000 here to make a women's organization, women's forum, where we can, find one safe space for all women where they can come and talk about their problems. We also educate them, we encourage them to speak, because they just were considered to, I don't know, work some jobs at home, work their own jobs, and they were not asked for their opinion. So it was our founders of our organization was also journalists. In that time, they worked for one newspaper, and where they didn't have enough place to express their really opinion to advocate for women's rights, so they decided in 2008 to make their own media, TV Forum, and that was a way to make women's voice be heard. So our main goal was to promote gender equality, to promote equal opportunities in society, and also we cover different other topics of social significance, but everything through feministic lens. So now we have grown up from 3 journalists to 10, and now our voice is recognized in Serbia, but also in different international organizations. So we are grown up now, but we are all the time striving to improve our work, and our work is based on journalistic values, but also imbued with feministic ones.
Thank you. Tina Brikuti.
Good morning and hello everyone. I think with Boju Baje, I was just telling them that the meaning of Boju Baje is grandmas in Nepali. Colloquially, we call grandmothers Boju or Baje, depending on which part of the country you come from. So for us, the sort of like the origin story is that I started Boju Baje with my friend Itisha Giri. She's a poet. We actually met during the rehearsals of Vagina Monologues, and we just got talking about a lot of things, right? So when you're in a room practicing for Vagina Monologues, you can imagine the kind of things we are talking about and interested in. And what really we really got along well was because we were both interested in podcasts, radio. I'd already been a journalist for a while. And one of the things that really brought us together was not just complaining about what was happening, like all of us said, like not our voices being heard. We also had this sense of humor to talk about things that we love to ridicule men in power, essentially. And I thought we were doing it pretty well. I mean, we used Twitter as a way to sort of test our voice and tone individually, but when we got together and just decided to record one episode, it was not supposed to be a company, it was just supposed to be a one-time thing that we wanted to try. And this was back in 2016, where we didn't have a lot of podcasts and we had to explain people what podcast is. So that is how we started, essentially to have conversations that women have in private sphere, but bringing it out in the public, and sort of using podcasts as a medium really helped because the barrier to entry is so low, so we could do whatever we wanted. We started it as a company only later in 2019, and since then we've been able to do, although it started out as a conversation between 2 friends talking about, politics, media, what's happening on the internet. We were really looking at how women, Nepali women in Nepal and around the world, are trying to occupy public spaces, not just the physical public spaces, but also what was happening online. And this was before the pandemic and before, all of us were extremely online. So for us, it started with that, and we've been very fortunate to have found partners, listeners who've been very supportive of our work, been able to get some funding to expand our scope, and over time we've been able to report on, we've been doing a lot of reported pieces, right, from abortion rights to online dating as a young trans woman in Nepal, how do they do that, talking about indigenous rights. So I think a lot of our work, like everyone else said, we look at everything through a gender lens, but we also try to always challenge the narrative that women's stories are either like the sob story. In Nepali, we have this word called pirit, sad. You either have to be really sad or you have to be very accomplished, have scaled Mount Everest to get any kind of media coverage, right? Or just wait for March 8 to get our stories heard. But we wanted to show this full sort of spectrum of life experiences that women in Nepal have, and they have varied experience based on their caste, their community, their class, their ethnicity. So for us, Boju Boje has been that. And it's about making people uncomfortable, but also, just with a LOL at the end. So, yeah.
So you saw that, like, we are the majority, and we are like now telling how mainstream media is gonna become. So following on that, because I think you all pointed out that there was an audience need that you had to fill in, even if for the two of you, like Aldina and Catherine, that you put together the women to push them into places in the media. It's also about, if you have an audience need, we have to have the professionals to to do it. Yes. Also. So and how we do it. So so because of that, so there is an audience building and a community building that you are already experienced, and I would like us to talk a little bit about that. And so what I imagine is that how the audience and the community engagement play in each of your context, how important it is to connect with your audience, how does it support your work, and if there is the case, do you try to get and to reach a wider audience? That's the name of our conference, like, do you try to burst the bubble and get like men or the other half of the world listening to what you're doing and supporting you as well, and knowing the stories that we have to tell? So is anybody?
I can just go, a quick one. I mean, I come from this frame of mind that whatever it is that has happened to me matters to everyone, because I'm that important. And I don't mean me myself, but I mean women. If you're the biggest part of, in terms of numbers, you're the biggest, you're 51% of the population, but you're only being given 2% of the media. Your presence, your issues are only 2%. It means then, therefore, there's a huge disconnect here. And some of the stuff that happens to women, or what I think about is that whatever happens to me should matter to everyone. And for me, it's not writing stories that are, okay, I get angry because I was a journalist for many years, and one of the things that really, excuse my French, made me angry is that we had these sections for women, like the women's page. I know some, if you've been in the business more than 20 years, you know. Women's page, and you have fashion babies, and I'm not saying babies are not important. So for me, the idea that what happens to us or how we feel, what we think, is only reduced to these small pigeonholes and these small soft subjects, that made me, that is the wrong way to think about it, and that's why I'm saying whatever it is, busting out of this is to make sure that whatever is happening has a gender perspective. And it's not an excuse, it has to be the default. If you're going to write about politics, how is that impacting on 51% of society? If you're going to talk about climate change, how is that, and where are we in this thing? So it's a matter of saying it's not reporting just about women's issues, because women's issues are just being pigeonholed into small things that nobody wants to support, but actually making sure that we bring to the fore the intersectionality of all these things that are happening as far as it impacts on women and how women are experiencing this. So bringing that experience out is extremely important. And writing that way means we get more people who are interested, because then your brother, your husband, your uncle will say, oh man, she's going through this. This is what it means for her, that we do not have, that when she wants to run for office, this is what she has to go through. So being able to bring that out. And if it becomes the default, then it means we have a more inclusive media. So it speaks to, inherently human beings want to be fair, to be seen to be fair, even if they're not. They want to be seen to be fair, but actually making it an imperative that if you are consuming anything, you need to ask yourself, why is it I'm not seeing the other person? Why is it I'm only seeing this one? So it's, in a way, it's kind of pushing people out of their comfort zone and giving them that information in a way that then they can see themselves, not being fair and nice people as we want to believe we are, but so that they can also ask those questions that we are also asking or demanding to be asked.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. How do you do that in your own context? Like, do you try it? Are you still only connecting with the women that are missing the news, or?
Well, as I
How do-
said from the very beginning, we start treating, topics that concern women. So naturally, we have more public women. I think it's not too much more. It's about 56%, according to Google statistics, of our pages. But also, we are treating other different topics of social significance. But we are always trying to be inclusive. Yes, we go beyond the feminist bubble, and we are trying to include people with disabilities, rural women, people with different sexual orientation, any other different minority groups in our media content. So, and we are making news every day. We have to speak about different issues in our community, like politics, economics, ecology, health, and everything else. So we do classical journalistic work, but always when we are making some media content, we are trying to include women as interlocutors. Especially we are trying to find some experts in the field of politics, economy, and any different topics that are meant to be males field. So we are trying to make that differences also. In our work, we have to cooperate with different organizations, with our municipality, with national organizations, institutions. So yes, we are going beyond the feminist bubble, and we are trying to make one good compromise, combining feminist values with journalistic values like objectivity, doing everything just correctly according to our codex of journalists. So
I like it. It's just
it's
just
combination.
yeah. It's like it's
really
real good journalism for everyone.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah. Brikuti and Laura, do you wanna? I don't know if you wanna step in or
Yes,
you
well,
feel happy.
I just want to add, it's like, I think we are all in the same line, but of course for in Alaraca, the majority of our audience are women, in our case like 70%. And but we make journalists, just that, we make journalists, and we improve the method of journalism with our gender perspective. That is a conceptual and theoretical perspective that everybody can use. So we improve the method with this perspective and with the feminist values. That is what we are trying to do. Of course, the majority of our audience maybe is feminist or with interest or conscious about these topics, and we are interested to engage with other kind of audience like men, but we are not interested to convince or educate people that are like anti-rights or anti-abortion. No, that is not our work. We are not trying to do that. In this time, like in El Salvador, there's a very complicated political context. We are trying to engage and build a more loyal audience. We need to build loyalty between our audience because we will need this loyalty when the worst time comes. Like when we face political persecution. Who were who will be there for us? Our audience. We need this kind of audience. And yes, in an ideal world, all male and women will be there, but for us, it's really important to focus right now trying to find these people who can be for us when the bad times or worst time come. And well, of course, we try to engage with younger people as well. So because of that, we have a lot of graphic design and illustration in our content. And well, this is a really good thing for engage young people, some males, because we have male audience. And well, but right now our priority are the audience that are looking for content like ours, like Alara Caja.
But it's good. You have 30% that is not.
No, it's not.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are changing here. So pretty good. Do you want to?
Yeah, just to add, I think we have similar experience, but I think just to shift that point of view, I think I realized that when we started producing Bojo Baje and started becoming more present on social media, because for a small outlet like ours, initially it was just the two of us doing everything, and social media really turned out to be this space where we could, assert our identity, our voice, experiment with things, and I think that is where we were able to really grow our community. And also about bursting bubbles, I think just to shift the point of view, I think we realized by what we were saying and by the mere act of saying what we were saying, I think we were bursting the bubbles of other people who are only used to listening or watching or seeing certain kind of voices and faces. So I think that was something that happened. And I think I also, so we never intentionally thought that, okay, we only are going to, our audience is only going to be women. Like anybody who felt heard or seen by our stories were our audience. And what I also heard from a lot of our original, the listeners who've been with us since 2016 is they would actually, when we only did podcasts, right now we do newsletters and videos, so they would just play it in the loudspeaker or, like on a speaker, so then their brothers or their husbands would also be, listening to it, laughing along, but also feeling slightly uncomfortable, I think. So I think we tried to do that, and like everyone said, I think what we produce really helps shine, or we try to shine light on intersectional issues, while talking about reproductive rights as well as, disability rights. And, I think not to go too far, I think at my own home, every time a new episode comes, my brother is like, oh, so there's some more to talk about. I thought you guys were done talking about, politics or your rights. So there's more things that needs to be talked about, he says jokingly. So for me, just hearing from men and women around my circle is also a realization that our work is making some dent.
And I don't know if you mentioned it, because you mentioned it to us, that you chose like the granny name because of it's like the opposite image that we have of like grandmothers, that when you get old you get free to speak whatever you want.
Yeah.
So that's
I also feel like me and Nitisha, we're like very old souls, so we talk like whatever we want to talk about. But it was just a picture of two really old ladies, which now has become our logo. I saw them in the most unexpected place, in like a very happening, touristy, trendy place where I never seen older people, especially women, out in the public, and I took a picture and we just decided to put that up. And we did not think about the name and the branding, but over time a lot of our listeners say that, oh, you actually sound like
two old ladies,
grandmothers who talk about things that you don't talk about. And something funny because of the branding is that when we went to register our company or when we went to open our bank account, a lot of people, because of the name, they think we're like an old age home or like a senior center. So they just think, oh, you take care of old people. We're like, not right now.
So I just want to jump on the our sector subject that we were talking about, is that you're all business women, of course. So, and I wanted to talk about and hear from you, like how if you have this label of being a feminist media, or if you have a mission that you have to accomplish, that it's very clear in your mind, how does sustainability and business model play differently from how would I say, non-feminist or whatever, our whole ecosystem, how we do it. Is it different, or it's not? And what comes as an advantage, or what is not? Who wants to? Gina, do you want to start?
Yes.
Yeah, you were like.
Laura inspired me also when we spoke about audience. I would just forget to say once when it was hard for us, we made one crowdfunding campaign, and our audience give us support so we could buy a new equipment for our studio. That's something very important for us, because our audience trusts us and wants us to live, to survive, and to make another good things for the whole society. So that's very important thing. When we speak about sustainability, it's a little bit different for feminist media than mainstream media, because, for example, about 80% of our work is paid by different projects, because our media content is not always commercial. Actually, is not commercial at all, because we are dealing with some topics that cannot be paid, or there are no interest from I don't know, from companies and other subjects to be I don't know, paid. So we also as NGO, we are making projects where we include our media. It's very specific bias, because we have one NGO that really
The forum.
grounded.
It's the
It's
forum.
a women's forum, yes, that's grounded our media, and we are writing projects to different donors who where we want to speak about very important issues in our community, when we want to improve the position of women, but also we are going beyond the feminist bubble, because we have to. And we are making some projects that are doing also great things for the society, when we talk about environmental, about health, and also other issues that have some connections with women. For example, we had one project when we were talking about inheritance, because in our very patriarchal society there is still practice that women, 1% of women relinquish their rights to inheritance in the favor of male relatives.
Okay.
So we educate women through our media contents and through our projects. We work with them on the field. We are going to villages. We are trying to make better contact with them, but also we cannot really say where our organization ends and our media starts, because we work all the same job, and our news, our work, our everything is just imbued with feministic and journalistic values. Maybe something that is important is to continue building trust between us and audience, because that's something very, very important for us.
But you said that like the NGO, it's mostly where your funds and your revenue streams are generated for your media to survive. Is that it? Yeah.
Yes, media maybe, income of media is about 20%, and income of our NGO is about 80%.
Okay.
But we are combining that. Our media helps our projects to be more, I don't know, to more people see our work, our results, and our NGO helps our media to survive.
Well, it's a good model.
We are combining.
Yeah. That's June.
Okay, I count donor funding as part of my business, my revenues. But anyway, we had this conversation earlier.
Yeah.
No, but some of the stuff we've been working with, actually working on right now is one of the biggest challenges we have in most of the countries we work in is actually accessing data that's been disaggregated on gender. So one of the things we do is in the 7 countries we are working with, we try and disaggregate whatever data we are able to access so that at least the journalists may have it easier when they're doing their stories. They say, oh, we don't know anything about women. Sorry, we don't know anything about women. We have no numbers about women. We try and support that. And we haven't been charging for it because seriously, it's a service for me. I'm just thinking if we can get those numbers out there. But it's something that down the road we might be thinking about. The other one we've been piloting with, and we hope to be able to start charging a small fee, is what I call media literacy, where we offer this service to women experts. Okay, it's like a vicious cycle. We have women experts who are unable or are not comfortable talking to journalists. And in most of them haven't been exposed to the media. And then we also have journalists who don't know how to engage, I think, with women experts, or they take the reluctance of the women experts to be featured in their TV programs or radio interviews as a problem. So what we are offering is a kind of media literacy training, very basic for the women experts, and then working with journalists so that they also understand you don't call somebody at 6 o'clock in the morning and expect them to, oops, I'm there. Most men will be able to do that, but then they also need to they need to be conscious about what are the challenges that some of these women may be facing so that they can be able to do that. Want to charge a small fee for that because we've been working with different women organizations, and that has been coming up as a big problem, why there are women experts, whether you're an executive director of a women's organization has to talk to the media, but some of them are not very comfortable. So kind of trying to break down that kind of antipathy or
Empathy?
And
Empathize?
empathize, yeah? So that we can get, so it's a small, very basic, so we want to offer that as a service, very small charge. Because we need to find ways of surviving. Right now we're dependent on grant funding or project funding. We get very little in terms of core support. So we need to start thinking of how do we remain
Make money.
sustainable so that, but the other thing is also, I mean, for AWJP, our survival is paramount, but I'm always thinking, okay, I got these women in these very fantastic newsrooms, they're doing crazy jobs. How can that newsroom support that journalism? So I'm always open to having these conversations with the newsroom, the specific newsroom, and we work with them to try and figure out, okay, you've got a good team, you've got a gender desk, you've got a good gender product, but how do we keep it alive? I'm not worried about the rest of the newsroom. I'm only worried about this product. That provokes some of them into thinking maybe this is one where we can actually either allocate or get somebody to support the desk. So for example, a corporate, they tick off as their corporate social responsibility. But they give the newsroom some money because they want to be seen to be supporting gender. Of course, we love them, as long as they are not calling the shots and saying, you can only talk about this in a nice way. No, but actually newsrooms doing that. So we have a community radio station in Senegal that has actually been getting that kind of support where corporates, it's a first radio station that is talking, I mean, they talk about stuff that is taboo. And I'm glad to say the person who started it is our fellow. And because they're giving a platform for women to discuss taboo subjects in a safe space, I call it safe, this company has decided to give them money to continue doing the production, which I'm like, hallelujah, one win. I need 100 more. So that's those kind of things. And for me, it's to think outside the box, what works. I'm not a newsroom per se, but I always tell people, we don't need to follow the road everybody else has followed. Think outside the box. What would be the opportunity? And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, you've tried something. So don't go down the beaten road. Think outside. That's that's.
Thank you,
My
Catherine.
sis-
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, I'm not from a feminist media, like, but like it looks like you're really mainstream because we are all dealing with diversifying revenue streams and thinking about that. Like Laura and Riku, do you wanna?
Yes. In the case of Alaraca, of course, as you said, we are not so different from other media outlets that are trying to build a sustainability model. So we have our sustainability or business model is have two ways of income. Grants, the main of our incomes are grants, and we have income from a communication service agency that we have, and we make communication campaigns, feminist campaigns, or strategic with a gender perspective, etc. And our clients in these two ways of income, of course, are international organizations. For us in El Salvador, the label of feminist is our differentiating value. That is the way. Yeah. Why? Because, we are in El Salvador, there's only 2 feminist media outlets, no? And we are one of them. So most of the international organizations that our clients are looking for someone who can talk about gender or diversity as an expert, no? And they need and they don't want to work with a normal advertising agency because there's a lot of problem with misunderstanding about gender now. So that's helped us a lot in El Salvador, this differentiated value, no, as a feminist. And, but I was in charge of the fundraising and the sustainability model from Alaraca until the last December for 6 years. That was my main work there, as well the executive direction. And well, I don't know, I thought always as my mom, no, when she deal with the financial things in home, no, that she had to be always sure that the money was enough for the necessities in the house, and when she could, she saved money for other things, no? So I am a sociologist. I have a PhD in sociology, but not in business administration, whatever. So, I always think that, okay, if I got enough money for the operational work, enough, like 1 year of money, no, I can save the other thing for when the bad times come, no? So we have luck, and in a time we have enough grants to have money for 18 months forward, no? And in this time, we built a model in which I always include in the budget, in grants budgets, always an amount to support the organization. And in this way, I have enough time to think, okay, in business model, no, the business model. So right now, Alaraca say all the income that we get in our agency, like with campaigns and communication, we saved it. We have enough money with grants to operate, and we save all the money. We don't have like a lot of, but we have a fund for emergencies. If we have the necessity to buy equipment or whatever for mental health, support mental health in our members. So that is the kind of thing that we use this money. And of course, we are trying to find a way to make money with journalists, because communication campaigns and strategic communication is, that of course works for get money, but it's not journalists, and I cannot ask to the journalist team to do communication campaigns, because that is not the work that they do, no? So that is our challenge. We didn't find yet how can we monetize our journalist work? Right? That is the big question still.
It's like dinner, the 80 and 20% too. It's like Prikuti to an
Yeah, I think just to add to
closed,
that,
yeah.
I think we are all
Conversation.
operating under the same media ecosystem where all of us are, the challenges are the same in terms of, monetizing, in terms of expanding our revenue stream. I think especially for outlets like ours, which is already considered niche, and we might have a small but loyal following of, readers or listeners, I think there's an opportunity there. Like for us, we, and also our background is such that in Nepal, people are not used to paying for news or anything that they consume online. And we did not try to challenge that, but we did try to put in or introduce products that required people to pay money. For example, in Nepal, people are not used to attending events by paying a certain amount of money. So we tried live events where we actually asked people that, you need to register and pay. So that was like a trial for us for the first time. So we tried to do that. And I think for us also, because what we were trying to do was considered quote unquote bold and so different, we didn't really fit into the existing advertising marketing model that a lot of the larger media outlets would do. We didn't have the numbers. We still don't have the numbers to attract the kind of big advertisers who are used to advertising with the more mainstream legacy media. So for us, it's always about being realistic that, we might not, for example, we do when we do environmental stories, we are not afraid of questioning big corporates. So those corporates are not going to support us in any way. So we are aware about what our we are editorial independent, which also limits our commercial avenues in many ways. But I think that sort of forces us to try new things, something that we've been trying to do, and hopefully in the coming years we'll be able to navigate this challenge that all media outlets, irrespective of the sizes, are trying to sort of navigate around.
I think you have now we discover that feminist media is mainstream, that you're all business women, and that journalism is really, really difficult to find. What you said, Brikut, I love this session, commercial avenues, because you're all siding and building up other business just to get used to our double over workload. So we do other stuff and business, and then the journalists just to support our journalism. So I wanted to do one last question for you to answer, and then we open to the public. I would like you to tell us what you think feminist media or feminist or a media based on feminist values focus on gender issues, your own organizations. What are the experience or the knowledge that you accumulate that you think we could pass on to other media that serves other media? Like we were talking about values on management, editorial lines, content production. Like what are the things that we are doing different? Audience engagement, community building. Which are the lessons that you think you experimented and it's ready to be adopted to any media?
Can I go? Just
Go.
a quick one, because I remembered from my last statement. I think what we do is we always try to talk to our audience, don't really take them for granted, or always use the resources that we have. Like social media, we use a lot of social media to do mini surveys or ask them, because sometimes as co-founders and as also people directly involved in the editorial process, sometimes what we are doing might be, we also realize, okay, we might be doing certain things quite a lot. So what would the listeners or readers like to understand? And this is irrespective of what kind of content you're producing. I think it's really important for media outlets to consider talking to the people who you think are the consumers of your product. And I think in a lot of media writings and conferences, people are now starting to acknowledge and say that we are not doing this work for fellow journalists. We're doing for people whose understanding of journalism might be very different. They might not even realize that the products that they're consuming is journalistic.
Yes.
Or, their understanding of why we need to talk about certain things. So I think it's really important to talk to people. We do audience surveys, mini audience surveys, talk to them. And also, because we're not traditional media for us, and it's a good thing that has worked for us is that people are always willing to reach out to us. There might be, so sometimes we almost become like a information, like a hub, or, they might be like, oh, can you suggest us some names for something that we're doing, or this is something. So things we did was, that is beyond just producing. What we do is like, we have curated a database of experts, women, and non-binary people from different fields. So every time there's like, oh, we did not find experts other than men, so we're like, here you go. So we've curated this thing called Balance the Panel. We saw some feminists from Sri Lanka do this, so we asked them and we try to do this. So that's something we do. And just trying to make sure that whatever platform we have, we use that for other journalists to grow, to network, to share opportunities. So beyond just producing and saying, hey, listen to our works, like, share, subscribe, we also have something to give to them. So then they think of us as more than just a company trying to get eyeballs in our product. So.
Yeah, a fair play. Yeah, I'm a member of a fair.
It's a part similar by us. Also, as NGO, we are member of different networks for feminist networks, and we are always have access to a new propositions about from example about reporting about gender-based violence, about reporting about some sensitive issues, reporting about people with disabilities and etc. And we are sometimes conduct some educations and seminars for other journalists, and we are trying to share our knowledge with them. Also, we are always insist in building a strong society, strong audience, because it's very important for all media to have a very strong audience that will support them and that will follow them. Also, something maybe important for other non-feministic media is to try to find another sources of funding that they can cover uncommercial topics like gender issues. And I don't know, maybe it's also important to emphasize that we have I think we in our newsroom have a stronger bond between journalists than in media that are only commercial, because we share same values and same principles. That's something very important for us. I will not longer.
Yeah, no, good. It's like for teamwork, right? Yeah. Who went? Yeah.
Okay, I'll just go, since we're going down the line. That's okay. Okay, since we're not a newsroom, we're changing newsrooms. Imagine, we are trying to change newsrooms. That's a big, big ask. But one of the things, one of the lessons, one of the things I hope I can ask people to try and do is essentially provide support for the journalists who are doing this work. Because I've realized, having worked in a newsroom for 30 plus years, the kind of storytelling I wanted to do, you're the only one trying to do it and you're alone. And it's really, really frustrating. And telling me about mental health, I went the other side and I came back. But the point here is actually trying to support the journalists who are doing this kind of work, providing the kind of mentorship that is needed. And mentorship here is not necessarily from another woman, but essentially even within the business, even among the men who support the journalists who are doing this kind of work. And if we have that in the newsroom, then it means it becomes, like I keep on saying, it becomes the default, being inclusive. It means it becomes a practice that is the default, not a one-off. And that is, I think, if we do have that kind of an environment, then we can actually change the media ecosystem such that if I only want to write about feminist issues only, and I only want women as my audience, I'm okay. But working in a newsroom which is presumably supposed to be serving the whole society, and getting journalists who are working on these issues and not providing them with the support, I think it's imperative that we do give them that support, especially if you're working in mainstream media, and not mainstream only, I mean, whether it's community or whatever. But if your target is the general public and not just women, we need to provide the women with that kind of support so that they can continue doing it. And sometimes it's not only women journalists, but sometimes there are few men. Yeah, we have male allies. And if we don't have those systems in our newsrooms, then this becomes a perennial problem. It will never end. We will never change anything. So let's support gender reporters or women journalists who are reporting on feminist issues, and male journalists who are allies in reporting on these issues, and provide those structures in the newsroom so that we can change the whole ecosystem. It's a lot of stuff, but I hope you get the message.
Yes, no, I'm writing it down, everybody, so we're going to get it.
Well, I want to mention 4 things briefly. One of them is the collective work, and not only collaborative. I mean collective as something co-creation with other medias and with civil social organizations. And I mean like create together projects, researches, and share resources and sources. No? And then in this way, we can break this idea in traditional journalists that journalists only have to compete between them for sources and never share information, etc. No, that is one thing. The other is situated knowledge. We motivate our journalists to make researches from their own position and talk about about things that they matter, no? And without trying to be objective or neutral in anything. No? I think it's a more honest way to do journalism. The third one is changing the leaderships in our organization. It's very important to interchange with other colleagues and have new ideas and different way to leaderships the projects. And the last one is one thing that have a lot of impact in our newsroom is this approach of constructive journalists, of journalists of solutions, solution journalists. And because we start with that in 2022, because a specific project, but we realized that this kind of coverage has a real impact in the mental health of our team. Because of course we thought as journalists that we have to denounce, for example, violence, or human rights violence. It's really important to denounce these kind of things. But at the same time, we see that it's very important to talk about how the people resist and how the people find, at least momentarily, ways to respond or to face the oppression. And for our team, that was like, okay, it's really, there is hope, not even in tiny things in the everyday life of the people, there is hope. And because of that, we maintain, when we still have in our agenda this approach of constructive journalism. So.
Well, I think, like when you start your own media and you have to be brave just to pick up the subject, I think you come up with a lot of innovation and a lot of courage that in the way you've done it, I'm going to summarize it. It's like if there are other medias who want to, surf on that, it's really good because it's all about, like, I think, debunking the distrust. So it's all about building loyalty and talking to your audience and listen to the audience. And then it's about participating in collaborative networks. And it's co-creating inside the organization. It's like supporting and taking care of mental health of the teamwork. It's like dealing with transparency when you say, from the point of view you're writing. So, and when you change leaderships, it means that your organization is more important than you are. So I think feminist media has a lot to teach us. Thank you. Oh, sorry. It's my alarm. Thank you very much. So now, yeah. Yes. We need the mic.
Thank you for this conversation. I'm Nadine Hoffman from the International Women's Media Foundation. Two things, and I think we've touched on them a little bit today. We see the rise of authoritarianism around the world, and I think that is directly tied to the rollback of women's rights globally. So I'm curious in each of your countries how you see your role in sort of defending democracy by defending women's rights. Second point, we know that in addition to global media being dominated by men, that global philanthropy is also dominated by men. So I'm curious how, I know, Catherine, you talked a little bit about making the business case for feminist media, but I'm curious how you see yourselves able to sort of access philanthropic dollars equally if you feel you are able to, or if you feel there's also a discrepancy in the funding that's available because the fact that you're a feminist media outlet.
Two very important questions. Who wants to jump in? Democracy or philanthropy?
I'll do the philanthropy thing. Okay. You see, I keep on saying this. Media will depend on us, women, or the ignored majority. So when I talk about making a business case for gender reporting, I'm looking at it from the perspective that the media all over the world is struggling. One of the challenges is that if you're a small newsroom, or even if you're a big newsroom, you are not talking to those women who are 51%, who should be your audience, but they are not. So if I was sitting in a newsroom as the boss, and I mean, it's just simple mathematics, I guess. If you looked and you said, okay, I'm selling all these potatoes, and I'm producing these goods, and I'm only selling to a portion of this, yet all of them are interested in this product, then I'd be very concerned that I'm not actually reaching out to the majority, in this case, the rest of them. I'm only very happy with this. So for me, when I say making a business case, it's saying if you're going to support media in any form, whether you're a philanthropist or whether you're giving commercial loans, if it doesn't have a gender component, then you're wasting time, because essentially you're repeating the same problem. And somebody said doing the same thing over and over again is a sign of madness. So I see this like if yesterday we listened to all the different models of how
But
to.
do you think it's more difficult for women to
It
access
is more
money?
difficult because you have to justify why. What I don't understand is why I need to justify why. Yet they're willing to give a lot of money for business, but they're not interested in saying, wait a minute, is this business inclusive? Business has to be inclusive. We need to be producing goods and services for everyone, not just for a few. When you're a feminist media, you're made to jump over hoops to get that kind of support. My argument is that I don't have to, because what we are producing is trying to fill an existing gap that has been supported for years by giving resources or supporting a media that is not inclusive. So my argument is that there is, it is foolhardy for anybody to keep on supporting a media that is not inclusive and then making those ones who are trying to bring the majority into the conversation, making them jump through hoops just to get that support. So I think that's why I keep on saying, at the end of the day, don't do the mad thing, repeat the same mistake you've been making. Get out of that rut and say, okay, I'm wearing bigger glasses, I'm seeing everyone. How do I support this everyone? And how can I, because invariably we haven't been getting the kind of information we need, we deserve, we require. How do I support those who are doing this to meet that to fill that gap? So there should be more support for that.
Can I answer the question about democracy?
Yeah.
In our case, at least, we changed the narrative about ourselves. Because, I born when the civil war in my country started. So when I was a young adult with 20 years old, it was a time of peace in El Salvador and with a lot of hope. No? And I really felt this, or I have this feeling about that I could change the world, and I have a lot of hope in the world. No? Right now, the people of 20, they don't have it, because it seems really, really dark. No? So we decided that we have to say loudly that we won't save the democracy in El Salvador. No, we cannot do that right now. No, it's not. It's like impossible right now. No, but what we can do is act as a witnesses, as a documentarians of this time in my country, and that is really important because we will be the narrative or the counter narrative in the future for the future generations. No? So because of that, it's so important the work that we are doing right now, not because we will save the democracy right now, but we have the hope that the future generations, I don't know, maybe my son or my grandson, I don't know, he will and their generation have the possibility to really change and to really build one more time democracy in my country. And that is the way we see it.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for this discussion. My name is Lisa. I'm the head of Women in Media NGO from Ukraine. And we also are a group of women journalists trying to deal with gender-based issues daily through self-support. And as now we have ongoing war in Ukraine, for us is the main challenge we see is that Russia uses gender disinformation and of course other forms of online violence, for example doxing, just as a strategy to silence women journalists. And we now taken a leading role in our editorial teams because low income and because of the mobilization of men. And they try to share this information that women journalists are like lesbians, for example, and we know that Ukraine is still, despite of ongoing progress, is still homophobic country, and that we are prostitutes. And my question is that do you also face, because it's not a problem only for Ukraine, of course, do you also face gender disinformation? And if you could very briefly, just one word, say what is the main challenge for you now in your country? Without maybe explanation, just one word. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe Brikuti and Dina.
Yeah, we get that. I think it's common for all of us, especially when we're reporting on gender-based violence or when we're talking about equal citizenship rights, which is a big issue in Nepal. The way we try to do is sometimes it gets very tiring because we find ourselves saying and doing the same thing over and over again. But we do try to always, try to use other means, whether it's like putting forward somebody else's opinion, like if we feel tired saying the same thing, then we try to maybe shift the perspective a little bit, try to maybe, whenever we can, try to use humor or satire to talk about these things, so it makes people uncomfortable, and we are also trying to get the point across. But we do realize that it is very time consuming, and it's really draining having to constantly counter these kind of narratives. I'm not good with one-word answers.
And also in crisis, vulnerable groups are the first targets. Their rights are first crushed. So it's not. We can't. I don't know. Ask why women's rights are on the first target, because it's so common in every crisis. So only one word is fight. Fight for women's rights.
Good, I think I have to fight for women's rights.
If I have to use only one word,
no,
it
yes.
has to be fight.
You talked about online harassment and all the rest. I call it training. I know Nadine knows what I talk about, because online violence is an issue for everyone, especially for women journalists. So I have something we call reining. And reining means that I know all of you and you all know me. So if I get attacked, I don't deal with that person. You come into my defense. It's a very informal kind of support mechanism. And the reason for this is because all the nice, I know online harassment, there are various ways of dealing with it. But the assurance that I have my sisters and my brothers with me who will fight on my behalf when it comes to online. So for me, the one word you wanted is just raining on somebody, or just rain. Rain, and I mean raining because I don't have to mobilize you. You see somebody attacking me online,
You drop your water.
and all of you rain on this person until they cannot speak anymore. So that is what the one word you asked for me, it's raining. I know it's not directly to whatever, but it just popped into my head when you asked for the one word.
Well, the main risk in El Salvador right now is online harassment, because our president is really started in Twitter. So, and of course the persecution in prison. That is like a risk, and it's a risk in everyday life. But I want one word. I don't know, resist, maybe, the collective resistance. That is, for me, very important, because we are trying to build like a net with other medias in El Salvador, and that is like the way we are resisting, yeah.
We have 2 minutes more if anyone wants to jump in with a question, otherwise, yes?
Hello, my name is Lena. I work in news media and the product and tech side in Norway. It's very touching hearing these stories, and I think in Scandinavia and west of Europe, we don't hear so much about the harassment. I was in Perugia a couple of weeks ago. I talked to a female journalist that was writing about abuse, and she was really gaslight and misinformation. What can we do as a community to get these stories out, get them more known, the meta-journalism about how female journalists are harassed when they put out difficult stories? Because I think Western Europe, it's not that much as other parts. We need to know, and we need to address this. Who should make journalism about this problem?
I would say all of us. But I don't know if you...
In Serbia, there is one group of journalists against violence who are really there for women journalists who are dealing with some harassment because of their writings. So we had a few reactions when some journalists wrote about harassment of actress in one school of act, and different other topics. Because of them, they had a huge, huge violence through other media and through social networks. And we are here all, women feminists from that group, to protect them, to give them support, and to write something good to help them and to believe them. To believe those journalists and those women who share their experiences. It is very important to have that solidarity between women journalists.
And for me, it's very important to be prepared. Yes, because most of the time, this kind of conversation, we don't talk in newsroom internally about that, no? So most of the time we minimize, or the people minimize this kind of violence as something like, okay, you can only turn off your computer and that's all. What is the big deal? No, and it's not like that. It's like a continuous of gender violence as in other ways. No, so for me, as a director in a feminist media, it was really important to be prepared with a protocol, or how can we react when this has happened. No, but with real step by step. No, if someone tells this, how can we react, or we don't react? No, and this kind of action give us the clarity and a way to face this in everyday work.
One other thing, I mean, solidarity is good, but if the shoe is pinching me, it doesn't matter even if I tell you, does it? I mean, sorry, I'm not being flippant, but it's trying to find out how do you address the problem in your own situation, in your own spaces. And the reason I call it training, because that's the easiest way. It's the most, we found it the easiest way to quickly respond. But one of the things which we do as AWJP, it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you come across us as AWJP, we do what you call digital security training, because we also want you to be aware how. And then the other thing is also getting the public to understand what it is to, okay, look, I was harassed. I go to the police, then they say, were you beaten? I say, I wasn't beaten. So what do you want us to do? And I say, but it's a crime. And I say, where do we start to investigate? You know, in most of our places, this is what the reaction is. There's very little understanding. So it's actually creating awareness in the public, what harassment looks like, what gendered misinformation is like. We're doing a project in Togo right now, and it's been hilarious what people think gendered misinformation isn't, and yet they are perpetuating it. Anyway, but it's engaging with your audiences, and especially with the newsrooms you're working with, getting them to pass on this, what I call basic information about what online harassment looks like. You don't think that WhatsApp message from it could be. But also being able to tell them how to respond to this kind of thing, because it doesn't go away when you switch off your phone. It doesn't go away when you archive that WhatsApp group. So it's kind of passing this information through. And I like in Kenya, within the community radio stations, they have what they call listening groups. So you have listening clubs. So the one thing they are pushing through, or we've been able to work with them to push through, is like every week, what is the one thing I need to know about what online harassment is? What is gendered misinformation? How does it look like? And then maybe have a conversation around that, because then it's not us telling them, it's the community or the audience saying what they think it is, and then somebody saying this is what it is. Because if people are aware, then the raining thing wouldn't be really necessary, because everybody else will be jumping on you if you do something wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry, I did good. Thank you very much for being here, everyone.
Thank you so much, Isa, for moderating such a fascinating session. Everyone was really concentrated the whole time. So much rich information. quick announcement. So we'll have a 10-minute coffee break now. In this room, after the coffee break at 11 o'clock, you will find the Investigating Disinformation panel. And we will be moving downstairs to the Holiday Hall for a local news session on putting communities first. So you'll see Isa again on the panel downstairs if you're looking for more from Isa. But thank you, everyone.
Okay.
There's one
Wait,
missing.
we're still waiting for one panelist to join us, but we'll be starting in a minute or two. Thanks to those who have already got into the room. Okay. Who are we waiting for?
Just for Anna. She's getting through. Check. Perfect. So that's enough. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I think we're probably ready to get started. My name's Oliver Money-Curl. I'm head of European Advocacy at the International Press Institute. Just a quick reminder. So, other events taking place at 11 o'clock now. You've got in the Neretva Hall, there's a fantastic workshop on leveraging technology towards healthy information spaces. That's a follow-up to yesterday's discussion on big tech. In the Una Hall across the way, there's legal support for journalists under threat. Downstairs in the Holiday Hall, there's putting communities first, how local media are engaging audiences and keeping their trust. So if you're intending to attend any of those, you're in the wrong room. Here, we will be talking about investigating disinformation and upholding truth. And this session essentially is about, we have, I think, 4 representatives from fact-checking organizations, and it's essentially about how do we expose, how we're exposing disinformation strategies and who is behind them, particularly in the build-up to this election year across Europe. So I think I'll just hand this over to Javier, who is our head of digital communication at the International Press Institute, who will be moderating this session. Javier, it's for you.
Thank you very much, Oliver. So this session is also about bridging to apparently or at least has been for many years, phenomenon which are online harassment and disinformation, right? From the International Press Institute in IPI, we have been working on, for at least a decade now, on how the online harassment takes place, the patterns of the attacks, the impact on the journalists, the impact on their work. And what we saw years ago, already in 2016, is that attacks are coordinated, or increasingly coordinated attacks. So what we wanted to understand is how purveyors of disinformation, how populists, how extremists are weaponizing instrumentalizing the techniques used to intimidate, silence, smear journalists, across the globe, as part of the disinformation campaigns, which ultimately want or aimed at eroding the trust of the audience in fact-based, evidence-based information. So that's the overall approach, and this is part of the project that we are running. That we are running together it's a joint effort together with Faktograph, the fact-checking organization in Croatia, and also TAZ, Tagezeitung in Germany, their investigative unit. The project is called Decoding the Disinformation Playbook of Populists in Europe, Targeting Fact-Checkers and Journalists, because they are at the forefront of combating disinformation. So our approach is basically this multidisciplinary approach, to investigating disinformation campaigns, from the actors behind their agendas, their narratives to discredit the work of the journalists. And the idea of all this is basically to present some of the investigations, but also, to delve into whether institutions and other actors, state actors, countrywide and also regional-wise, are equipped to combat this kind of attacks. Without further ado, so let me introduce my panelists. So next to me, we have Anna Brakus, CEO of Faktograph, the fact-checking organization in Croatia, and also media organization in Croatia. And next one, it's Kodruta Simina. Simina? Yeah, Simina. She is a expert on disinformation, journalist for over 20
maybe
years.
Expert is a bit too much. I'm a journalist.
Over 20 years investigating corruption, disinformation, etc. And next one is Christian Jakob, investigative journalist at the Tage Zeitung in Berlin, and whose expertise, who's been covering widely, the issues of far right and extremism in Europe, and especially in Germany as well. And at the very end, we have Carlos Hernández Echevarría, who is the policy associate director and head of policy at Maldita.es, which is also a media organization that includes fact-checking and other activities, media literacy activities as well, etc. And also, today he is wearing like two hats. He's also the chair of the European Fact-Checking Network. So thank you very much to all of you for joining.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much. So let's start. We're going to run through like 5 minutes presentation of the work that we've been developing, each one of us. And then we will definitely open for questions, and we really want to hear from you, okay? So, Anna, just to really begin with, Croatia is currently in a super electoral year for electoral elections, and Factograph has been targeted several times and has been singled out in the past and currently by politicians, by candidates, or also, running for the European elections, right? So my question to you basically is, can you walk us through the current challenges of being a fact checker in Croatia, and how are you working to expose these attacks?
Hi everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that I'm here. Although I have to say, I like your Congress, but it is one of the most kind of grim conferences that you can visit in terms of the amount of time we spend talking about harassment that journalists face, the amount of time that we spend, talking about very serious effects on mental health that we face, reporting from conflict situations and stuff like that. It's an important topic, but I just wanted to say, basically to the audience, thank you for allowing us to re-traumatize you once again with the topic of harassment. It's definitely something that I, of course, also feel, personally. It's not easy, and I think most of you know this. To stand or sit in front of an audience and kind of try to go through the checklist of horrible things that have happened recently to your newsroom, to your journalists, to even maybe like yourself. But it is, of course, a very important topic. And for us at Factograph, one of the challenges that we face, which I think is something that we share with a lot of people, is how to find a good balance between not normalizing violence and harassment that we face, but also trying to figure out a way not to let it impact us too much. Because if we allowed, every threat, every comment, every type of other type of harassment that we face affect us so deeply on a daily basis, it would be, of course, very impossible for us to do our job. On the other hand, we have to take things seriously, and we have to think about the effects that type of basically violence has on our newsroom. Sadly, as we know, when you have crisis events, when you have the pandemic, when you have earthquakes, when you have fires, when you have anything that stirs up a lot of emotions, that is going to create a minefield of disinformation. In a certain sense, elections have the same effect. In election campaigns, we find ourselves in a territory where Everybody is trying to grab your attention as quick and as effectively as possible. Sometimes that leads specific people or parties to kind of forget what the rules are, what the boundaries are, and they try to do everything that they can to grab people's attention. That especially is the case when we are talking about representative from populist or far-right parties in our experience. And that also leads, sadly, in many cases, on attacks on media and press freedom, because it is it has sadly become, a long time ago, one of the catchphrases that you can use to grab people's attention. In recent years, Faktograf has faced its fair share of threats, harassment, and basically almost constant tension. We are a non-profit media organization that publishes a fact-checking platform, and also the Climate Portal, which is an outlet focusing on the climate crisis and solutions that we can that we can use and report on. The pandemic for us was the start of a very, very serious increase of harassment that we faced. The death threats and the violent threats were practically a daily occurrence. In a 2-year period, we reported over 50 different threats to the police, and I would say that is around maybe 10% of the threats that we received, because we really had to, it's sad, but we had to pick and choose what we felt or believed is kind of the most serious threat. So the kind of threats that actually went to the police were stuff like, we're gonna bomb you, or when our editor-in-chief received a message that said, we know where you are, we know where we can find you, we're gonna find you and cut off all of your fingers and stuff like that. And that type of thing, in the end, led to us kind of having to develop some sort of a system of mental health support for our journalists. It led to us still working in a newsroom on an undisclosed location, because it's not something that we really want to disclose. And situations like elections usually lead to kind of to a place where all of that gets kind of reinvigorated. So during this national parliamentary election that we had just around like a month ago, sadly, of course, one of the biggest topics again were the attacks on media. The leading one is still, in this case, Novosti Weekly, which is a Serb national minority-led weekly paper, which also has an online presence. It's a place, just to be kind of transparent, it's a place where I spent a couple of years working. It is one of the most influential and most important investigative papers in our country. And it basically became the main conversation point, whether the government is going to be formed or not, because the far-right party basically calls for complete defunding of that paper. And the amount of threats that paper received is really unprecedented. When I worked there a couple of years ago, I thought that I have kind of reached the biggest amount of pressure that you can have. We had a period of, I don't know, I think it lasted probably a year, where we had at least once a month, we had this group of people that would come in front of the newsroom under the window, and they would burn the paper that we published, cut it up with scissors and stuff like that. And yeah, that was Novosti. But then I came to Faktograf and I realized, yeah, things can go on a completely other level, you know. Like burning the paper, yeah, okay, but they don't use your your picture, they don't use your name, they don't send your personal information in online groups with tens of thousands of people and stuff like that. So what I'm trying to say is, sadly, although the attacks on media in Croatia are very, very widespread, for some reason, and I leave you to kind of conclude for yourself, the biggest targets that we have are Novosti Weekly and Faktograf, which are two non-profits that we have. I know that later on that we are going to talk about, you know, the research that we did. I just wanted to give a short introduction on why we decided to do that. So last year, I'll tell you more about that later. We did this huge survey on European fact-checking organizations because we wanted to understand basically better, is the thing that's happening to us at Faktograf, is that something, you know, are we doing something wrong? Is this like very specific to us? Or is this something that is happening everywhere? Is this a part of a coordinated campaign? And, you know, kind of spoiler alert, it's not just us. It's happening everywhere. 9 out of 10 fact-checking organizations that we interviewed and talked to said that they experience harassment all the time. And just to conclude this first part of our talk, at least for me, I have to say that, like for us, it's very important to understand that we are a group of 18 people. All of us are journalists or have been in journalism for a while. And in my opinion, people very often think of fact-checkers as something completely different. And some organizations maybe even want it that way, because you have at least like two schools of thought. One is fact-checking is journalism, and the other is fact-checking is something different. And then the third tier of academics trying to figure out what is fact-checking doing, how is it, you know, is it doing a good job and stuff like that. But for us, attacks on fact-checkers are attacks on journalists. And attacks on journalists are attacks on press freedom. And it is always a good opportunity in conferences like this to remind people of that. That is, I think, something that ends up kind of falling through the cracks. If you think about fact-checkers as something completely different, you miss that attacks on us are also attacks on the whole media system. And I think it's important to understand that we are a part of this, you know, bigger media community, and it does, you know, it is important to understand what's happening with us as well.
And it's definitely also, so we'll delve a little bit more later on about the actually pioneering survey, because it was the first survey ever done in Europe, surveying, you know, asking fact-checking organizations about the impact of online harassment, right? That was also part of this project on decoding disinformation. But also part of the project is understanding, and investigating the anatomy of the attacks. Who are behind? What are, you know, the narratives, etc. And we will talk also about the investigation that Faktograf conducted on yourself, on your own experience, and how that investigation actually helped as well build and increase the resilience of the newsrooms of these kind of attacks. But talking about investigations, let me quickly jump to Codruta, because, hi Codruta. So actually your investigation into Emilia Searching as well, like, which is a Romanian investigative journalist, unveiled, you know, the connections between, you know, far-right groups, extremist groups, sorry, and also connections with the government. So can you actually walk us through, you know, the investigation, how you conducted it, etc.?
Yeah. Hi. So my name is Codruța. I'm actually half of my team, because I usually work with an IT expert colleague, which I totally recommend to every journalist today. And what we do is that we analyze disinformation tactics online. And we're writing a newsletter on disinformation and also publishing our investigative pieces in this newsletter. And this piece that you're talking about, this was a little investigative piece. We have this colleague called Emilia Sherkan. She's investigating plagiarism among politicians, and especially politicians in the government. So she was just publishing this piece on our internal ministry minister. She proved that he plagiarized, and then we discovered this smearing campaign on Facebook. And Facebook accepts payments for amplifying disinformation, including Russian disinformation, as we speak. That's happening in Romania, and if it's happening in Romania, it's probably happening all around Europe. So this campaign targeting our colleague was paid by an entity who was a domain, a site domain, that we had no information about. So basically what we did was we connected the sites, the domains, with an advertising agency that receives money. I think they receive it even now from the party in which the minister was in. Mm-hmm. So, do you want me to run a bit through how we did this?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, so usually when you investigate disinformation, what you're searching for is either patterns, mm-hmm. either specific details, because these guys, they set up two sites who would look like news sites, mm-hmm. like newspapers online, and they were filled with information gathered from the internet and other newspapers, and everything was like you didn't had journalists signing those, or not an information about the ownership or stuff like that. So we thought about, let's see what images we can find on these sites, because they were probably uploaded by somebody. Mm-hmm. So we actually downloaded their logos and then run them through a data analyzer that would show us that they were created in Canva, and the author was stupid enough to leave his name.
In the Canva.
Yeah, in the Canva. Yeah, the metadata of the logo mm-hmm. Was there, so we were able to trace a name and then extract some gravatar codes, because you know WordPress sites, you can extract the users and then connect them to a gravatar code and then find the Facebook accounts. So basically this is how we reached this woman who was associated in a company, the advertising agency that was having contracts with the political party. Mm-hmm. And then we called them, and then they, in the next half an hour, they deleted everything from the internet. Mm-hmm. So, but this is just one case.
Exactly.
But what we do is we try to prove coordinated inauthentic behavior on social networks and see how far right is actually having a real party there. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There are 2 points that you just raised that I find very interesting. On one side is this multidisciplinary approach, that joining forces, IT, so journalists with IT people as well. This is also something that we want to foster as well. This kind of cooperation between different disciplines and different methodologies. That's why part of the consortium it's investigative journalists, fact checkers, and content analysts working with data scientists as well. So one is that, but maybe we can walk through how this sort of methodology has also helped other colleagues in Romania. But we can walk that we can talk about that a little bit later. But my question is, because we went from a country with a super electoral year to another country with another super electoral year. My question is, so these far right groups, Russian influence, etc., is still operating now? How are you equipping? What are the disinformation narratives right now taking place ahead of the European elections in Romania?
I think a simple answer to your question would be a PhD, but so...
Don't worry, we have time.
Yeah. So what's happening now in Romania is that we have an ecosystem that runs Russian disinformation. It's not spectacular, but we also have our own political parties who usually pay a lot. I mean, just from the start of the campaign, like a week ago till now, the spendings only on Facebook grew with like €1 million. Mm-hmm. And in terms of Facebook, that means those politicians are everywhere, seen by everybody. Oh. So what's happening is that we also have a far-right party, mm-hmm. and they have a network of sites posing as independent media, and then they would amplify them on Facebook with money, by paying. I'm not sure it's, well, they have a very simple propaganda, actually. Mm-hmm. Echoing Russian disinformation, but we cannot trace it directly to Russian disinformation. Mm-hmm. And we also have the parties who are in the government who are doing kind of the same thing, but a bit smoothly, like a bit smartly, but it's almost the same thing. Usually they amplify their own propaganda, and sometimes they would try to attack colleagues or other journalists from Romania. And the social networks never do anything about this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I think it's wrong that you can pay to amplify disinformation, like directly. And I don't think the Digital Services Act will help with that, mm-hmm. unfortunately. So this is kind of the environment in Romania now. Mm-hmm. It's not, I mean, you don't see extraordinary efforts, but it's a constant investment in amplifying narratives for each party that runs in these elections. Mm-hmm,
mm-hmm. We'll definitely touch the issue of the platforms and whether the DSA, the Digital Service Act, actually equip institutions and governments across Europe to fight and to combat disinformation. But let me jump first to Christian Jakob. Christian, so you've been analyzing the political dynamics in Germany, and the connections between far right in Germany, but also Russian influence and new far left movements as well, and all that connected to the attacks against journalists, specifically when we talk about disinformation campaigns, coordinated attacks, to intimidate and silence both local journalists, but also journalists working for nationwide newspapers. Can you walk us through your investigations?
Yeah, thank you very much for your interest, for being here, and for the invitation. I think it's important to understand the political dynamics that is behind these attacks, and as part of this project that Javier has described in the beginning, we try to have a look at what is actually happening in the entire society so that the atrocity against journalists are being viewed like that. Generally speaking, the situation for journalists in Germany is still extremely privileged by international standards, but pressure is increasing. And growing and consolidating milieu of the far right and of conspiracy theorists are blaming the established media of being a propaganda cartel, of alleging with what they call the system parties, I mean the established parties that are non-far right, and the globalists. And this development is dating back almost 10 years so far, to the anti-Muslim Pegida movement that some of you might have heard of. It intensified during the COVID crisis, and it continued during the sometimes violent farmers' protests that you also observed in other countries, which in some cases in Germany they blocked the delivery of newspapers because they were trying to fight the established media. So the key issues, as you can imagine, is climate, is migration, and is Ukraine. And in the case of Ukraine, you can observe a growing alliance of Russian bots and trolls and social media accounts, of so-called alternative media in Germany, and of social media accounts that are emerging and having like the same thrust and are portraying established media as controlled by NATO, controlled by the US, and being warmongers when they are campaigning for support for Ukraine. So generally, established media is being portrayed as corrupt, as lying, as biased, as green left ideologist, and brainwashed. And in this worldview, the only real truth, of course, can be found in social media, on Telegram, and at what is being called alternative media. One German particularity is that time and again a comparison is drawn to the GDR, the former communist part of Germany, where state-controlled propaganda was intending to keep the population in line with the ruling party. And today, the buzzword is mentored thinking, betreutes Denken. So they're blaming the media and public broadcasters to try to educate the population to follow the government policy instead of simply objectively informing them. And then again, of course, objective, real information are only to be found in alternative media. So there will be regional elections now, and this is basically the playing field in 3 East German states in September. And in all of these 3 states, the far-right AfD is clearly leading the polls. And they are, in their rhetoric, explicitly attacking established media. In Bavaria, for example, in the state of Bavaria, the responsible correspondent, the colleague who's covering the AfD, is not receiving neither interviews nor access to party events, despite the fact that there is a legal obligation of the AfD to do so. And also other colleagues from from public broadcasters had to go to court to force the AfD to allow them covering their party events. The most influential far-right leader in Germany, Björn Höcke, who is running to be prime minister in the state of Thuringia, has announced that in case he would win the election, he would take out Thuringia of the federal state contract for the public broadcasters, which until recent time this would be completely unthinkable. And he's way above 30% in the polls, and they are serious about doing this. We hope it's not happening, but you can see how things have shifted. However, beyond the public broadcasters, freelance journalists, freelance photographers in the rural areas are particularly prone to attacks, to atrocities. Many national media do not have correspondents in the rural areas, so it's left to them, to local journalists, to keep an eye on what's happening, which is particularly important because these are the areas where the far right is gaining popularity, and local journalists are particularly prone to be addressed as enemies, to be targeted, and also to violence and even to death threats. Social media platforms, and particularly Telegram, are a clear catalyst for this anti-democratic and anti-press worldview in general, and also for the personal attacks in particular. Just to give you an idea, 9 out of the 10 largest Telegram channels in Germany at this time are either clearly far-right, conspiracy theories, or open Kremlin propaganda. And in many cases, their circulation is, or their reach is several thousand, which is beyond what national printed newspapers do have in many cases. The state, the government, is facing a dilemma. On the one hand, it has to do something about this destabilizing anti-democratic propaganda, and at the same time, it has to avoid by any cost that the blame of censoring content is being fueled, because this is being expressed all the time anyway, just by the pure fact that there are public broadcasters, as already seen as I said. So what can be done about this? There are basically two things. One is that the federal authorities for controlling the media 3 years ago got a new instrument, a new law that gives them the opportunity to check content whether journalistic due diligence has been implemented. So they don't decide whether something is right or wrong or is radical or something. They only can look at, has journalistic due diligence been observed and followed? If that is not the case, they can take sanctions against content, against online media outlets like Telegram or YouTube channels. It is very tedious and time-consuming, but the experience so far is not that bad. So it's a kind of helpful approach. And the second, of course, is the Digital Services Act. Many do hope that this might be helpful. As some of you might know, it came into force fully in February of this year. And one of the problems or the shortcomings is that Telegram does not apply as a so-called very large online platform in the EU, which would incur the obligation to what they called risk management of anti-democratic risks. But Telegram simply stated that their number of users is below the threshold. The threshold is 45 million users in the EU. Telegram simply said, oh, we have only 41. And so they completely skipped all the obligations from the DSA, and it's not applying to them for the moment.
Which actually, thank you, Christian, because that's actually a perfect segue, for our next speaker, Carlos Hernandez. Let me quickly introduce, Carlos Hernandez works for Maldita.es, which is one of the leading fact-checking outlets and other organizations combating disinformation in Spain. Themselves have been targeted several times, but including last year, a coordinated campaign by conspiracy theories members coordinating in Telegram channels, again, that attempted to, and sometimes successfully did, sabotage your media literacy activities ahead of the local elections in Spain, factually and impeding the access of the people, in small towns to your booth, so actually impeding the access of people to fact-based information, right? So I don't think that there's a more clear connection between disinformation and online harassment in this case. But also your work as a policy and advocacy director. And we've been talking in Maldita, and we've been talking about Telegram, about Facebook, about the Digital Services Act. You are sitting in different working groups between civil society and the European Commission. You've been actively involved, in monitoring the development of the Digital Services Act. Are we equipped? Is this enough? What happens with Telegram?
That's a wonderful question, and thanks for having us, Javier, and
No
for having, for hosting these kind of difficult conversations that are so necessary. So we have a framework now in the European Union, which is something, and is more than many others have. So we should be, in a way, grateful for that, in the sense that where in some places there is nothing to rely on when it comes to these big platforms. Over here in the European Union, or in the European Union, we have at least a framework. We have some tools that we can use. It's way too early to say whether or not they are functioning, because the law has been in place for not so long, and the law itself allows for certain kind of loopholes and reinterpretations that are very much in line with what Christian was referring to. So, for example, Telegram. Telegram, first of all, they have listed themselves with a number of users, as Christian was saying, that was exactly under the threshold to become a very large online platform, which is, as we all assume, very coincidental, and they have been very lucky about that. But there are procedures within the law for the European Commission to right now say, would you mind recounting your users? And that is something that we have asked the European Commission to do. Also having into account the massive role that Telegram plays in this particular area we are discussing. So there is room for there. There are also other things around the law and Telegram that are interesting. For example, Telegram portrays itself as an interpersonal communication service, which is exempt of those obligations under the law. But is it? I think we can all attest that it is not. In Spain, some of these conspiracy channels, some of the same people who were promoting violence against us in Maldita, they have 500,000 users. And they are open, they're accessible through a single URL. There is nothing interpersonal about that. It's clearly one person in a podium preaching, and the rest of the people is there reading and sometimes commenting on it. So the framework is there. It's yet to be seen whether or not it has a strong effect on our realities and on the worst things we see on Telegram. And I think it's, right now it's the Belgian regulator, according to the law, that has to deal with Telegram. And I assume the Belgian regulator is going to have a lot of work. It's not a company that is easy to be dealt with. I know they are in contact with the European Commission. It's not that they are a ghost. They are there, and they have designated people as point of contact. But it's true that it's a company, founded by some people in Russia. They have had structures in several constituencies that are not very accessible. Bahamas, Dubai, I think too. They have offices here and there. They are not easy to track, and they are not making any effort. I know they have acted against some outrageous content or channels, in the sense, where actual terrorist groups were organizing to commit acts of violence. Sometimes that has been called to their attention and they have acted, but they have nothing structured or organized, because basically, I think a big part of their traffic and usage belongs to these kind of fringe elements that organize there. And let's not forget, because, for example, in Spain, around 93% of the people is on WhatsApp. So that's where the real, societal changes happen. But let's not forget, let's not put the power of Telegram only in terms of the numbers. Because Telegram, these nodes, these open channels, serve as a as a kind of last point of resistance for many of these fringe groups. So when they are sometimes deplatformed on Meta, or they don't feel like they can be as open as they used to be on Facebook, because now they face repercussions from the platforms, they can always tell their following, go back to this Telegram channel and we'll tell you where we will be. And we will slightly change the title of the YouTube channel and whatever. So that's why I think it's very important to have these conversations. I am not entirely sure the Digital Services Act right now is going to have a lot of impact on this. I think the priorities of enforcement are going into different directions in the European Union. I would love to be wrong about this. But I would also love for in this case, the regulator for very large online platforms, the European Commission, to pay much more attention to this. Because the force of Telegram, not only in numbers, but in the actual capacity to organize these communities, to do harm, is immense. And I don't think, I would love for civil society and journalism also to be more, more forceful in telling the European Commission that it's quite strange that these people has only 41 million users when the threshold is 45, and that the actual harm that they cause, in the same way they have been looking at that to declare VLOPs also in terms of in the porn websites that have been designated. So I think it's time to have a serious discussion about that is not a private messaging service. That is an open platform that is being weaponized every day to create very real harm. I'm not talking only about societal harms, which of course they do. I'm talking about real life danger for people like many of us in this in this room. So I would love, you know, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but a judge in Spain a couple of months ago was kind of tired of sending requests of information to Telegram and not receiving any information back. So he decreed the closing of Telegram in Spain. And in the next few days, obviously a lot of people, and I think rightfully so, told him like, okay, you're gonna basically disconnect this service that around 2-3 million people is using because they don't answer. And the judge kind of decided, following the European Court of Justice precedent, that was probably not very proportionate. But let's not forget about the issue at hand, which is that we have here a very large online platform, in all but being declared so, that doesn't respond to judicial requirements, that is, for many purposes, above the law. And that is something that we need to deal with.
Absolutely. And, you know, I know that we risk of making this panel about Telegram, but it is very important for the audience to understand that even though we are talking about like a social media platform or a platform with small numbers of users, what it's really important is that those users coordinating that platform spread Russian propaganda and disinformation across that platform, and then that propaganda and that disinformation actually reach the bigger platforms like Facebook, like Twitter, like so on and so forth, with the attempt to destabilize democracies and erode the trust of journalists. So the conversations and the coordinating, you know, and the instigation of violence against journalists does not exclusively remain in Telegram, but actually, you know, explodes and expands to many other regions. I want to open now, in the last 10 minutes of this panel, open the floor for questions. So please. Perfect. We have first question here. Could you please introduce your name, media organization that you work for? Here, over there. You have the first one.
Hello, I am coming from Turkey. My name is Tuşa Aybaysal. I'm an associate professor at Bahçeşehir University and the chair of New Media Department. I am working on actually fact-checking disinformation for a long time. And I do edited several books on this topic, and I have several publications. So in one of my publications, actually, I compared, it is not working.
Is it working or not? Yeah.
My voice is terrible, so sorry.
No, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. So I did a research several years ago, you know, like it was in 2018, I guess. So I, you know, like somehow prepare a kind of database, find all fact-checking organizations all around the world, and then I compared it with World Democracy Index and World Media Freedom Index. And when it comes to this research, apparently, as you know, like in the Middle Eastern countries, or if there is an authoritarian regime, there is no fact-checking organization. Or if they have the fact-checking organization, it is not, you know, like settled in those countries. Out of the country, they try to do fact-checking somehow to protect themselves. And then a while after, recently, I figured out I wanted to, you know, like wrap up this study and revise it. And because of, you know, like it is an election year, and there are, you know, like more than 60-something elections all around the world. And in Turkey, we had last year the general election, and this year the local election. And to see it actually, how it affected, and if there are, you know, like the rise of in the number of fact-checking organizations, etc. I redo it, and I find out, yeah, okay, it's rise, but again, it's still problematic. And Agence France Presse is working really hard to build their own fact-checking organization somehow. But when it comes to especially, like the authoritarian countries, we do see some so-called fact-checking organization, like, for example, in the first that I find out they are fact-checking genies walking on the lake, etc. Those kind of things they are fact-checking. In Turkey, we have a different situation because we have a very good fact-checking organization, but the problem is this. Actually, the government let them do their job. They don't support them, but they don't, like, run a kind of break campaign against them. But on the other hand, they cannot reach the public. There is a huge polarization in Turkey, and some of the people are trusting them, but some of them don't know them or do not trust them. And when I try to check, I can speak several languages, so I try to read every single news piece as much as I can understand, but since I am not local, I don't know the political situation in every single country. So I try to understand the situation in different countries. As I see, there is no trust to fact-checking organizations. So what do you think about, like the influence of the fact-checking organizations, especially, like on the people who somehow a part of this, like rising far-right populist movements or, like the affected populist rhetoric, etc., etc. That is my first question. And the second question,
I'll leave it to the two of you.
I think there is a difference between your methodology, EFCSN I am talking about, and IFCN. Because I know that EFCSN is a new organization, but they apply different methodology because as I see, IFCSN authorized a fact-checking organization from Turkey, but I know that they got funds from 2 private companies, and those private companies actually shares owned by the government. So what do you think about it? Like how we should finance, fact-checking organizations about independence. It is very important, like this is my second question. Thank you.
To summarize and correct me if I'm mistaken, so the first question was addressed of how to support the trust of the audience on fact checkers, and the second one was, so I will leave it to the 2 fact checkers organizations.
I'll take the easier one.
Okay.
I mean, if you can call trust an easier one, and I will read, I think it's Dragula that you're talking about, question to Carlos. He's the chair, so I'm just a member of the governance body. In these situations, it's best to leave it to the guy that's the chair. Enjoy, Carlos. No, so the first thing, first of all, I know multiple organizations in Turkey that are doing a very good job. Personally, we at Factograph worked the most with Tate, and we have very, very good experiences with them. The reasons why I'm mentioning them specifically is because I think it leads to the question of trust. So when that huge earthquake hit Turkey, the amount of work that fact checkers in Turkey did, and I know most about Tate, but I'm sure others did a great job as well. The amount of work that they did with people that were also personally affected, the quickness of it, the way that they managed to be so accessible for a multitude of people was unbelievable. And the thing that they saw is the same thing that we see as every fact-checking organization that is a part of the European network, probably even the international fact-checking network. In the moments of crisis, our sites, our audiences skyrocket. Because that issue of polarization, of course, exists. One of the reasons why we decided to study the harassment campaigns against us was to try to figure out, is the goal not only to affect us, but is the goal to affect the audiences? Is the goal to say, no, you actually can't trust anything? There's no such a thing as a fact that you can check on your own, see with your eyes, read, and make a conclusion for yourself. No, the only thing that exists is insecurity and our agenda that we are kind of trying to push. So the thing that gives me hope when I talk about trust and trusting fact checkers, first of all, the level of like methodologies and things that we make ourselves go through in terms of, you know, setting the standards for transparency and stuff like that, it's, you know, it's tiring. Like, it's great that it's there, but the amount of pressure that we put on ourselves to be transparent, to kind of show everybody how we do things, to be very open about our finances and everything else, that also takes a lot of, you know, a lot of time. But the hopeful and like joyous opportunity that you can have in very kind of sticky situations is when very bad things happen. People do come to our sites, people share our content, and people send us questions. And I think that is something that in the end is something that we should hold on to. It is more important than the fact that some politician or some advertising agency that's trying to make money on creating or peddling this information is trying to do. Because in the end, it gets recognized. Now you do the hard thing.
No, actually, to agree fully with Anna, even if people would generally have qualms about anyone, when, March 2020, the month before Maldita, my organization had 1 million unique users. Good, yeah, regular month. March 2020, we had 10 million. It's like when the going gets tough and people need information, I think they know they can rely basically on us. We see this also in the kind of collaboration sometimes we have with digital platforms. So for example, when people are about to share something that a fact checker has debunked on Facebook, and they say they see this warning that, okay, you can go ahead, but please note that an independent fact checker said that this is untrue. 37% of them, 37% of the people who actually were already going to share that say, I won't. Does that mean that all of them, all that 37% trust us blindly? No, but they can recognize that there are some issues. Now on to the difficult question. Dogrula, which is the organization, I think you're mentioning it, is both a member of EFCSN and IFCN. Those issues were raised during the assessment, and we went back to the assessors to try to understand whether or not there were significant, reasons to think those financial interests were influencing coverage at all. In the end, in conversation with the assessors, it was decided that it didn't show any kind of impact on that. But what we made sure, and I think this is important to clear from EFCSN, what EFCSN standards make you is, okay, you have a fact-checking organization, you want to work with us, you have to do certain things. But one of the things you need to do is to tell us, in this case the governance body, any income source you have over 1%. And you have to publish on your website any income source over 5% of your budget, which is a level of transparency that isn't really anywhere else. Because we want to know that even if at some point this kind of investment is not yet translating into an influence on the coverage, we want to make sure that your readers know exactly where your money comes from, so they can understand when they see your coverage. So on that, I know that when we finally approved Dogrula, we made sure to mention this was the case, and that we were aware of this situation, and that we were aware that those two companies were there. But I think it's a net positive in the future that we are telling every fact checker, including massive companies like the AFP, DPA, you need to list your sources of income. And this is the kind of super painful transparency that Anna was mentioning, that it's not easy for people to list, also because donors and your clients are generally not glad that they are highlighted. But I think this is important for audiences to know, and for, in this case, the entities like EFCSN to have a watchful eye on you for the future and on your coverage. So I understand the system is not perfect, but I think we are progressing in the right direction. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I'm very sorry, but we need to wrap up this session. I'm sure that you will have now the chance to also to talk to the speakers privately after the session. I just want to wrap up saying that, and picking up on what you asked about trust and my colleagues and the answers of my colleagues. When it was a matter of life or death, the population knew, and the public knew that they needed to trust, fact-checking, fact-based information, and the numbers proved that they turned to fact-based and evidence information. So what we need to make sure, and through different ways, our approach is exposing these disinformation campaigns as a way to tell the audience that are supporting many of these initiatives that are represented, in the panel, that their ultimate goal, is to erode the trust on them. So our goal, basically, as an International Press Institute and many other organizations, around the world, including, some of them represented in this session and sitting in the audience, is to basically make sure that these organizations exist and remain on working and keep on working when the next life or death situation comes up in this world. So thank you very much for all your time. Big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to the panelists. We're going to have a quick, rapid turnaround now. So if you want to attend the Repression Without Borders Transnational Threats to Journalists session, stay in your seats. We should be kicking that off in the next couple of minutes. Otherwise, other sessions taking place include downstairs in the holiday hall, Under Fire, Unprotected, What Journalists Covering the Israel-Gaza War Need Now. Or you can attend a film screening of Smoke and Lies, Lessons from Collaborative Visual Investigations in the Drina Hall. If everybody could take their seats, we'd like to get this last session underway very quickly. If there are panelists or speakers in the room, please identify yourselves and take a seat. We'll just crack on, I think. Yeah. Can people come in and can we close the doors, please, so we can start this last session? Okay, please take your seats or leave. Or I think we've got one more speaker trying to find her seat. Come in, Galina. Great to see you. It's been a long time. All right, thanks very much. Well, look, it's already 12:10. This is the last session of the day, so thank you so much for lasting to this point. I think we've got 50 minutes left. We've got a fantastic final session. I won't give a long introduction except to say this is about journalists who have fled oppressive regimes, find themselves in supposedly safe countries who are still somehow being targeted by the long arm of whichever authoritarian regime they've had to flee. So I will hand it straight over to our moderator, Ada Chekhez, who can explain it in much more detail and much better than I can. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's close the door. Okay. Are they closed? Okay, let's chase everybody away from the hall. This is the last session, and I won't bug you for a long time. I know everybody's tired and can't wait to do something else, probably. But I believe that this session is actually really important because we're dealing here with problems and with people whose lives were affected by their jobs to the point of being close to paying the ultimate price for it. The ultimate price, you know, that so many journalists have been killed and so on, but some of these people are, or people in exile, journalists in exile, are really living on the edge. And I was preparing for this, I was trying to imagine what that life is like if you kind of constantly walk down the street and you look into, shop windows to see if there's somebody behind you. That's a lot of sacrifice for the profession, but apart from physical dangers that they face, there's a lot of administrative and really sometimes really stupid problems that they have to deal with. And we're going to talk about some of the people who live in exile, some of the journalists who live in exile, and some of the people who are trying to help them. And let me introduce first, of course, the girl. Galina Arapova. Okay, somebody printed this out in font 20 for me, which is really nice. Mass Media Defense Center. Founder and senior media lawyer, Galina Arapova is the founder and senior media lawyer at Mass Media Defense Center, Russian media defense NGO. She has advised on many cases addressing defamation and other freedom of expression cases, has extensive practice before the Russian courts and the European Court of Human Rights. Already this is interesting and it deserves a panel on her own. Ms. Arapova is a trustee of Media Legal Defense Initiative and trustee of European Center for Press and Media Freedom. I have glasses, actually. Oh, and is an advisor to the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom. Then we're going to pass over to, here's my font 20 again, Stani. Stani's my colleague, actually. I work for OCCRP, and he works for a member center. Stanislaw Ivashkevich, a Belarusian Investigative Center. That's actually an organization that they all had to flee in 2021, and he currently is, can I say where you are currently?
Yeah.
In Warsaw. Works from there. The organization has covered billions of dollars per year worth of corruption and sanction evasion. He's the founder, and as I said, member of OCCRP and other international investigative networks. He's the honoree of 2023 Global and Anti-Corruption Champions Award by U.S. Department of State and several national Free World Awards for Investigative and Analytics by Belarusian Association Journalists in 2018 to 21. Started working as a journalist in 2008 at Radio Free Europe, and so on. Then we have Shafi. Let me do that. He is really interesting. Okay, everybody is. Shafi Karimi is an Afghan journalist in exile in, can I say?
Yeah.
Paris. You know, I have to be really aware of the security situation these people are in. He's the founder and director of Afghan Journalists in Exile Network and an award-winning multimedia journalist and writer who has been covering Afghanistan for the past 9 years, including reporting on the 21 Taliban takeover. He's now, as I said, based in France and worked for a range of international outlets. He was previously based in Kabul and also worked for a bunch of international outlets. And he covered the conflict in Afghanistan and the 2020 US withdrawal. He writes about women's rights and the threat from the Islamic State. Thank you. Recent stories he has covered include the secret life of women soldiers and how lesbians are surviving the Taliban rule. Quite interesting subjects. And we have somebody who is trying to help all these people again. Podrick Hughes, Media Defense, Legal Director, United Kingdom. He joined the Media Defense as legal director in 2016, previously worked at a law firm specializing in international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and public law, and worked at an NGO litigating on issues concerning violations of human rights, including extraordinary rendition, torture, arbitrary detention, freedom of expression, and discrimination before international courts. We have a lot to talk about with you. He used to work as a barrister where he practiced in criminal law and refugee law. Okay. My first question would go to Galina. Galina, you're from Russia and you know what's going on over there. And I wanted to ask you first about the threats to Russian journalists in Russia, and then if you can talk about Russian journalists in exile. What's worse, in Russia or?
Well, that's a tricky question. Both is not good. It's surprisingly not the solution just to flee the country. And people, when they think that they are safe, it's not like that. It just simply doesn't work like that in modern world because there are many different instruments which could be used by regime and by those other countries who are helping to put surveillance on, to put pressure, to raise the price to work in exile. And we see that this is used quite significantly and the price is raised by the home jurisdiction, but also other countries which first provide shelter. They don't seem to be friendly and sometimes don't even act within the boundaries of the law. And like Russian journalists in exile, which is about like 1,000 people, main Russian independent media had to flee the country within like first month after the war started, and they found themselves in 20 plus different countries. But unfortunately, even that didn't provide safety because we see that they have several problems with organizing the media business, reaching out the audience, distribution of content, and even basic stuff like getting visas, getting permanent residence permits, opening bank accounts, and they have families, children. So all of that on top of that 24/7 work that they have to do, it's quite a bit of burden. But also what we see that the number of journalists who are jailed and detained in Russia is growing extremely lately. Number of journalists who are being designated as foreign agents, this list is updated every single week. And it seems like something not that serious, but in reality, it's another price that journalists are paying for being independent and following professional standards of independent journalism, because that creates lots of different bureaucratic problems, and also, and if you do not comply, so to say, you will face criminal liability up to 6 years of imprisonment as a result, and pressure on your relatives and possible seizure of your possessions and assets. So it's not all that easy. We see that journalists Russian journalists working inside the country are facing risk of arrest like every single day. Like recently, two correspondents working for several international media, including Associated Press, Reuters, Deutsche Welle, Belsat TV. They've been, and also they've been, as freelancers, producing some content for other media. They've been arrested with charges related to providing content for Navalny live platforms, and now they're facing up to 6 years of imprisonment just simply for doing their job and filming vox pops on Moscow streets. So those are extreme examples of how journalists are working if they continue the independent work in Russia. But in exile, and we see some new threats related to extension of different instruments, repressive instruments, and export of repressions in different countries. Among them are foreign agent laws that we see breaking up in Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, now Turkey. We all remember that Hungary at some point tried to introduce the foreign agent law, but was stopped by the European Union. Who knows what will be next? We know that this similar law exists in United States and all other countries with autocratic regimes. They actually refer to United States as like the primary example, saying like, well, United States has firewall, why don't we? Why can't we just do the same for those who we consider as someone unfriendly to us? So this is another problem, and new toxic statuses which make people to pay a really high price up to imprisonment, such as, for instance, sharing content of undesirable organizations. Even though it, like in English, it sounds quite soft, undesirable. Well, someone
say it in Russian.
Нежелательные организации. So it's like, and in Russian it also sounds quite soft, like someone you do not want to, go around, let's say. But in reality, it means that it's a full ban of operation in the country, distribution of your content, a full ban of cooperation with this organization, and even sharing content of this organization. And among these undesirable organizations are vast majority of charity organizations, which have been providing support to independent media, or human rights NGOs. Among them are 7 Russian independent media. Majority of them are investigative journalists. OSCRP is also one, actually.
Yeah.
And we expect update of this list like every week, and more recognized and well-known human rights organizations, among them freedom of expression organizations such as Article 19, are also members of that list now. I mean, that means that any kind of communication with them now is risky. So that's like all this crazy number of new recently invented toxic instruments, they all play the only sole role to suppress freedom of expression and make it a very high price for journalists to continue as an independent and not to work for propaganda.
Yeah, well, one of them is, Stan, how you fled Belarus to Warsaw together with your colleagues, and did you think it was just temporary? How did you decide to flee? What was it that made you decide to leave?
So, Stanislav Vashkevich, I'm from Belarus. In Belarus currently we have 0 independent journalists in the country. Every independent media has been labeled as extremist formation or extremist organization, and it's punishable by big terms in prison. So we have currently 35 journalists in prison. Of them, Marina Zolotova, for example, editor-in-chief of one of the largest independent portals, Tudbay, is sentenced to 12 years in prison. A journalist, Yekaterina Andreeva, is a reporter, first got 2 years in prison for reporting from one of the protests, and then 8 years on top. She was added for terrorism or something. So, yeah, the situation in Belarus is 0 tolerance for any kind of independent journalist. You're immediately labeled as extremist. So we in the Belarusian Investigative Center, we stayed pretty much almost until the end. The repressions started at the end of 2020, the large-scale repressions against journalists. We stayed until the June of 2021, and we were kind of in a spirit that either everybody goes or nobody, and since there was a large portion of us, were 50 people who didn't want to go, we're kind of psychologically ready to go to prison. And what happened was that when a part of us were abroad working on actual OCCRP project Pandora Papers, some of us started getting arrested one by one, so we made a decision then to pull everybody out who was inside the country. It was a very successful pull-out, so we pulled out altogether over 30 people from Belarus without losing a single one who wanted to leave at that point. And yeah, so that went pretty well. But then what we were facing abroad is we had great help from international donors in terms of, and from OCCRP in terms of adaptation, getting visas, getting help financial help to get settled. What we've faced was waves of widespread psychological problems. So what we had is immediately after fleeing Belarus through like illegal border crossings and so on, everybody was very hyped up, and people didn't want to take any breaks. They continued working, doing investigations and everything. But about half a year into that, the kind of a shock of this sudden decision, many people decided overnight that they were informed that they are going to have to leave. This traumatic shock kicked in, and for about half a year we had a lot of people that were subject to depression, to all kinds of psychological problems, and this is something that we had to deal with in mass. And then came a second wave of psychological problems, which came a year and a half later, when people started to realize that this is not temporary, this escape, that this is possibly something for life. So this is again when we had to deal with dozens of our people, with assisting them and or mediating assistance of mental help. So this is one of the problems that we've faced, and generally, as the media, one of the problems that we are facing, again, at this stage is that so far, families were not targeted en masse in Belarus. But this rhetoric has appeared several months ago, and authorities are not acting on it yet en masse, but they are. But this rhetoric is becoming stronger and stronger. Remember that the Belarusian president Alexander Lukashenko is addressing those who are abroad, saying, "Remember that you have families." I'm not going to say more at this point. Just remember that you have families.
That's enough.
Yeah. And that also confiscation of property. So they kind of concentrated in the past 3 years of cleaning out completely the Belarusian media space. Now they're putting efforts into intimidating those that work, which of course is a big problem for Belarusian media, with people leaving the profession for those reasons, including also for financial reasons, because people were the career journalists, especially investigative journalists, who are usually journalists of high professional qualities, they're used to certain life standard in Belarus, the fleeing, the patriotic feeling of being a part of a fight against the evil and everything. This, for what is it now, of over 3 years, has been a balance of has balanced for them a big downshift of their income level, even though in numbers it rose a little bit, but in the standard of living, the shift was there was a big shift down. So this is another reason that we see fleeing of some of the best talent, whereas obviously the propaganda, Belarusian and Russian, is spending a lot of money on buying talent.
So is that maybe that actually they just count on, they just have to sit this out, and in time you're completely going to disappear? Is that the strategy? You know, can that happen?
Yeah, the authorities are obviously following a step-by-step, very consistent strategy of squeezing independent media first out of the country, and now squeezing them squeezing the media out of profession in abroad, and the audience also now Belarusians for sharing an article from an independent media. It's punishable for sharing extremist content.
Extremist content.
Yeah,
okay.
Extremist content. Yes, and people get usually get penalties and up to 15 days of administrative arrest for if some free media, independent media content is found on their phone. But recently there was a court case. It started. I'm not sure if it's finished. Where it was already criminal, and 2 years for sharing content. So they upscale the repression on the
your consumers
on the consumption side. So yeah, obviously they're trying to squeeze that. Obviously, it's coinciding with the wave of interest that the donors had for Belarus in 2020. Is this 3-year period that. This wave of interest fed a 3-year period of wave of support, financial support for allowing Belarusian exiled media to settle down. Currently, it's Belarusian media is facing on the other side also financial problems but from the international donors. So that's another aspect on the background of this of the repression.
Okay, well, not okay. Shafi, when you left Afghanistan, what was your biggest problem? Was it the visa? Was it money? And what kind of help and from whom did you get?
Thank you. Actually, when you're thinking about leaving your own country, it's very difficult for everyone, not only for me. And I just remember that bad days that when I received a call from ISIS member when I was in Kabul and I worked for Radio Free Europe there. It's called Radio Azadi in Kabul. And after that, the police department of Kabul told me that you have to stay at your home for many days because we can't do anything in this kind of situation, because at the same time, one of my colleagues killed by the Taliban in Kandahar province of Afghanistan. So after that, I tried many times with the international organization, with the Turkey embassy in Afghanistan, in Kabul, to try to find a way to leave the country or to evacuate from the country. But it was not easy for me at all, because the embassies inside the country in Kabul, they are not responding for the individual journalist when you're sending an email for them, even on that time, on 2020, when I left the country. But after like several days, when I stay at home, I receive a response from the CPJ, and they helped me, sending me a letter to just, after that I sent a letter to the embassy of Turkey, I got a visa, and after like waiting for 10 days in my room, I left the country and I came to Turkey. But it was not the end, so it was very difficult for me to stay in a country that I don't know anything about it. Even the accommodation, it's okay that financially I doesn't have any problem on that time because I worked for the Radio Free Europe, but the problem is about the accommodation, about the language of the country, about the new place that after that I can't work as a journalist, because when I left the country, the Radio Free Europe told me that you have to send your resignation letter. So you're not as a journalist. And I'm a journalist, but I'm not employed for the office because I was not in Kabul after that. And after 3 months of waiting in Turkey, I sent a lots of emails to many embassies, like UK embassy, German embassy in Turkey, in Istanbul, in Ankara as well, and many other embassies. No one responding for me. I sent all the information about myself, the tweets and everything, but no one cared about journalists. So
Did you approach any journalistic organizations to help you?
Actually, yes. It was a committee for protect the journalist on that time. It was I was in contact with RSF, Reporter Without Border, and also, but I was not in contact with any national association inside the country. But after 3 months of waiting, I got a visa from French embassy, and after that, I came to France. It was on April 2021. When I was in France, at the first day, I was crying a lot, because on that time, I know that I can't go back to my country. Because on that time, I was a refugee, and a refugee, like an Afghan, when you come to a new country, you can't go back to your country. So it's not allowed illegally. But
to return, you can't?
Yeah, I can't return. Even if the Taliban kick out from Afghanistan, I can't return to my country because of I'm a refugee in here, in France. But it was, for me, the story of me, that it was very difficult for me to get a visa, like from Afghanistan to come. But on that time, when I came to France, when I posted a picture that I left the country and I'm here, lots of other my colleagues sent me message that how you did it, and tell us the story. We want to follow your way as well. I get the directions for them, but most of the journalists in Kabul on that time, they are rejected by Turkey embassy because they are not issuing the visa for the journalists there. But after 6 months, everything is changed in Afghanistan, the situation. Like the Taliban came back to the power, and lots of people, including the journalists, they are trying to leave the country, and they are evacuated from the side of these European countries, and also USA and Canada and all other countries. So.
But there is a unique problem that that journalists in your country have, and we talked about it outside. But I'll get back to that because it's really unique. Podrick, what is it that you do for people like them? It's not only the physical threats, the situation where you actually have to report about a story in your country out of another country. That's probably a separate problem. basically work remote somehow from the problem, and the administrative threats and so on. It's also lawsuits. That's an additional burden. And have you been dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, the way in which we work, we represent journalists, media outlets, and we provide support to journalists and media outlets around the world. And you can see the way in which cases have become more international in the way in which speech is suppressed. And it manifests in a number of different ways. For example, the most, certainly in Europe, one of the more topical aspects of suppression of speech recently has related to the use of slaps, strategic litigation.
SLAP is some kind of, we all know what SLAP is. It's like Voldemort, saying that word. But, okay, we're clear what that is.
Its impact is so traumatic for a journalist who ends up facing a challenging lawsuit. But it's been curious to watch how efforts have been made to resist the use of slaps, say, in the European context, and then how claimants, often powerful individuals or big companies, have looked to other ways in which they can suppress speech using other legal methods and legal devices to take action. So up until recently, I think often the preferred method of dealing with a piece of investigative journalism that an individual didn't necessarily appreciate was to, say, find a way in which to connect themselves to the UK, for example, and then to sue in the UK, in London specifically, on the basis that the costs involved in the lawsuit, the damages that might arise from the lawsuit, and the sheer length of time that the lawsuit would continue for would have such a deleterious impact on the individual who was facing that lawsuit that they may, for example, provide that apology, withdraw that story, give up on working in journalism altogether on the basis that they're facing an existential threat to their ability to work as a journalist. So this became quite a controversial topic, and then you had the Anti-SLAPS EU directive that came through, which is quite helpful in terms of identifying a way in which slaps can be tackled. The UK, in its own way, through one of its bills relating to economic crimes, has also introduced an element or a facility to push back against slaps. But then you see claimants moving away from defamation and identifying ways in which they can challenge stories that they don't like through, for example, the GDPR regulations, breaches of data, breaches of privacy, malicious falsehood, slanderous denunciation, misuse of private communication. So there's a whole host of alternative causes of action that plaintiffs or claimants are now turning to avoid the protections that have now been developed in relation to slaps. So on the one hand, you have a solution provided to a very problematic issue in relation to speech in the European context, and then you see claimants looking for other ways in which to suppress that speech. And then in doing so, they also utilize a number of other devices, and one of the ones we've noticed recently is on a number of occasions, not only have claimants sought to sue on the basis of the GDPR, for example, in different jurisdictions, which doesn't carry the same weight of damages in terms of a judgment being awarded against the journalist. But again, it's the question of costs and resources and being dragged into litigation. But also claimants have looked to rely on red notices with Interpol. So they would make an application to Interpol on the basis that an individual should be arrested. A government, that is, would make an application to Interpol in relation to the way in which they've conducted themselves, with a view to potentially having them arrested and extradited on the basis of something that they've written. And we've had a couple of clients who've been faced with that problem recently, where states have sought red notices. Interpol have, without giving it too much consideration, issued the red notice and then withdrawn it on the basis that it's an abuse of process. So I think there's a whole range of ways in which claimants are seeking to use legal avenues and causes of action to suppress speech. So as you develop protections in relation to one, we see it manifesting in other ways. And it's not just in Europe. This is taking place in other regions where we're working. For example, in Southeast Asia, in Latin America, judicial harassment, as it's called, you see a lot of journalists facing defamation lawsuits in relation to the work they've used. So as a solution is found, I think everyone has to be conscious that states and individuals in positions of power are alive to the possibility of using other means of suppressing speech.
But you win a case, but that doesn't guarantee that your client is going to come out of jail, right? It's also, there are countries that just don't care about such a verdict. What do you do?
Well,
Do you have examples like that?
I mean, it very much depends on the jurisdiction. We have quite an interesting example of transnational repression in relation to the imprisonment of a Vietnamese journalist, where we acted on behalf of his family in a case at the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, quite a chilling way in which speech was suppressed in that instance. And it's not the only instance of speech being suppressed in this way, where he fled Vietnam, made his way to Thailand, made an application for protection at the UNHCR office in Bangkok, and then was picked up a couple of days later and transported back through Cambodia into Vietnam, convicted, and is now in prison. And we brought that case to the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, and we got a very positive opinion, as they're called. It's not a judgment, it's not enforceable. But we sued both Vietnam and Thailand having facilitated this rendition of bringing this individual, Trong Doi Nhat, back to Vietnam. So we have that judgment, and then of course we go to advocacy organizations and we say to them, well, look, we have this, and maybe you can utilize this in your work in trying to persuade states to criticize and to put pressure on Vietnam to release all of these prisoners. To date, there's been some success stories in terms of securing good judgments from courts where the judgment is not going to be implemented, but you will end up with a state being put under pressure by other states to allow that person to leave the country, for example. But in the specific instance of Trong Doi Nhat, unfortunately, last year you had another example of state cooperation within that region, where another journalist was picked up in Thailand and renditioned back to Vietnam and subsequently convicted. And of course, the issue in relation to then seeking some kind of remedy at an international tribunal is then the state in that instance has put pressure on the family, as Galina was saying. Stan was saying that putting pressure, saying your family is also at risk, don't go to the international court, or there will be consequences outside of your father, your husband being jailed. So it's difficult. You receive the decision, then what do you do with the decision? The decision, can it be implemented in some meaningful way, or can it be utilized by advocacy organizations in some other way?
One question. When you do everything you can and the person is still in jail, do you go around and lobby with politicians to, put pressure on that country? Say the EU is trying to make a trade deal with Vietnam. You go to them and say, hey, human rights and freedom of speech, and there's this guy in jail. Can you talk to them and maybe condition? Do they roll their eyes on you, or are they responsive?
So it wouldn't be our position to do that because we're a litigation organization, but I do think it emphasizes the importance of cooperation between all of these types of organizations that are engaged in trying to protect speech. So in the context, for example, of one of our clients where we received a positive decision, we couldn't implement it because the state didn't recognize the jurisdiction of the court. It's difficult to assign or to assign a positive outcome to that particular case, but it was used in the context of a trade negotiation between that country and the European Union, where that individual was then released and was forcibly exiled, but at least released in that particular jurisdiction. I mean, you can't pin precisely the exact reason why that happened, but it's fair to say it was happening around the same time, and there's
may have helped. May have helped. Stas, do you are facing a lot of slaps?
Yeah. So this was also one of the ways that authorities tried to get to us abroad. By the way, when I said about all the troubles, I have to mention some amazing braveness of the audience inside Belarus, because Belarusian Investigative Center has about 1 million views per month of a 10 million country. There are news sites like Zerkala in Belarus who have dozens of millions per month of for a 10 million country. So people, in spite of all this, continue to watch. So authorities, find all kinds of creative ways to get to us, and in particular slaps. So what they usually do is they go to first they do a court ruling in Belarus, where there is no court, and then they take that court ruling to some European country. In particular, we had a court in Serbia, where our partner Krik was sued for our investigation against Lukashenko's construction wallets, the Karic family, and the Belarusian verdict against us was used as an argument for that. So we had some international support for doing two things. First of all, to continue distantly arguing the case in Belarus until the top court. So basically to show that you are fighting the case, and this helps in your court proceedings in the EU countries or in European countries. So we had some valuable assistance from various donors who deal with media defense like this to do
Reporters' Shield.
To do that. Reporters' Shield didn't come to action until recently.
Yes, that's a new kid on the block.
Yeah, and we remember
for everybody to know.
Yeah, so there were different funds who help against slaps, and what has come about now is the Reporters' Shield, initiated by OCCRP, among others, is an insurance for investigative journalists against slaps. And I have to say that after we've become a member of Reporters' Shield and we advertised it, I don't think we had a single pre-court address or something like this. Well, it was already beaten back. We already discouraged such slap cases by beating them back, a couple of them before. But basically announcing the Reporters' Shield has, first of all, a big psychological relief, because, for example, if they go to a jurisdiction like the UK, none of the fact-checking that we normally do to basically say something without saying it help, because the UK courts just interpret what you wanted to say, and they had like very bad libel laws. There are some other bad jurisdictions that have bad libel laws against journalists, and if you get several million pounds or euros penalty, this is very dangerous for you, very, very stressful. Basically, your business is shut down. Your media is shut down in this way. So that stress has come to end with that initiative, Reporters' Shield, which basically we're not that concerned even about slap cases anymore.
Thank you. Great. Shafi, we were talking outside, and you told me about a really unique problem that I would have never come up with, and it's the female journalists in Afghanistan who are facing a different problem. Usually, international organizations will help journalists in exile if they did news, if they did investigative reporting. But entertainment, You know, you have a friend. Tell us the problem.
Actually, when we created the Afghan Journalists in Exile Network, we are trying to support and to help the journalists that they are still in Iran and Pakistan and they are waiting for their visas for European countries. Among these all journalists that they are worked with the news department of the televisions, there is a big number of journalists, women and men, that they work with the entertainment section in Afghanistan. But when they are, so if you're applying for the visa for any country, the embassies ask you to send us like a verification letter from the side of one of the international agencies, international organizations. So these journalists that they work with the entertainment sections, no international organization sending them or support them or issue them any verification letter. And they told them, I have like a lot of messages from these women and men that they send it to me. They told me that no one help us and no one support us because we are work for presenting the music shows in Afghanistan. If a presenter worked like for 10 years with the televisions in Afghanistan, who presented the entertainment shows, she or he is not a journalist.
Yeah. Okay. So, but that's a unique situation. Nowhere else is music a sin, and that many are not taking this into consideration.
Yes,
right?
It's okay that right now we know about the current situation for the media in Afghanistan, that no one works independently there, and everything is under the censorship of the Taliban. But the other side, the only section that it's full stop in Afghanistan is the entertainment section in the televisions and radios. But no one care about these journalists that they are still in Islamabad and Tehran, and they are waiting for the visas to evacuate from these two countries to any European countries.
Well, there's something we can do. Maybe
I hope I know that many international organizations listening to this speech in our panel, so I'm really asking them that please, they are needed for your support. So they are also journalists. They work for many years for the television. So it's okay that they work in entertainment section, but they work for the television.
Thank you. Galina, last question is for you. Looking at the world in general right now, you know, it seems to be that it is really going down the drain when it comes to freedom of speech and human rights and so on, and particularly with the foreign agent law. How many countries have actually, do you know, adopted such a law? And is it spreading like wildfire, or is it slowly descending into totalitarianism? You know, do you see better days coming, or are worse days coming?
I think we are at the moment where the situation seems to be quite critical, and this wave of adopting foreign agent law is just growing. So it's not a tsunami yet, but it might be. For some reason, other regimes, they see that it's a very handy instrument to put pressure on human rights organizations, activists, journalists, and anyone in dissent. I think that it's only joint efforts of international organizations, politicians, diplomats, and intergovernmental organizations like EU, Council of Europe, European Union, and United Nations, or some others. Only joint actions and efforts can actually help to stop that very painful and dangerous threat. And I think that the problem is not just about the freedom of expression, it's in all other human rights areas. Same thing with feminism, same thing with the torture issues and many other problems where civil society organizations are trying still to focus, but all their work is actually significantly damaged and attacked by governments using all these toxic instruments. And yeah, countries like with autocratic regimes, they group and they put pressure, and they use all these procedures like red flags in Interpol, extradition, and tax regime and like migration legislation, which normally is used without discrimination.
But they
kind of
weaponize
angle.
it.
But now
They weaponize it
Yeah,
against.
they use it now against people who try to flee the country and find a way to continue their important work. Now they use all these civic instruments to put pressure on people and create more and more difficulties for them, to create a situation where it's almost impossible for them to work. And I completely echo what Stas says about what's happening with the Belarusian journalists and civil society organizations, because we also quite we discuss common problems with them all the time, and we see that Belarusian scenario is very much reflected,
duplicated elsewhere.
Yep, it's now used in Russia, and now we see the same thing in Kyrgyzstan and in Georgia as well, and that's extremely risky.
I thought that was the last question, but just a yes or no for the two of you. Shafi, if you would be born again, would you become a journalist again in Afghanistan? Or would you choose some other profession?
Actually, I love my job, so that's why I'm in here, and I'm continuing my working as a journalist. Even when I was in Afghanistan, when I covered the stories from the suicide attacks, from the bombing in Afghanistan, and every this very troubled situation there, I never stopped my working. If I'm born once again, I will be a journalist. I will try to be a good journalist once again and cover the stories and fight for freedom of speech in Afghanistan.
So it's worth it.
Yeah.
Yes.
We never stop.
Stats.
Yeah, I'd probably think twice if I would be able to forecast everything that's going to happen, but would definitely still choose that, of course.
Okay, we're all crazy. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm not sure that questions were planned, but if somebody wants to, I think they pretty, yes, go ahead. Well, just if you could wait for the microphone. We just have a few minutes. That's 1 minute. We have 1 minute.
Officially, it's over.
Officially, it's over. You can leave if you're bored.
Hi, I'm a student in Bahçeşehir University. My name is Tona.
A little bit louder if you can.
Okay, my father was a journalist in Turkey, was a very famous one, but he was kicked out of the profession because he went against the government, and that's why I wanted to be a journalist. And then I started working when I was 15. But what I saw in the journalism society, that you have to be pretty, you have to be something like that. But I want to do something more and something better. But my government doesn't help me to do that, and it is very against. A lot of journalists were in jails. So what would you give an advice for new journalists as students? Should we do this, or should we just leave the profession to do?
The two of you? What's your advice for young journalists from countries where freedom of speech is a problem? Stas?
Yeah. Well, we're obviously seeing now, as opposed to the 19s and the 2000s, the reverse trend, the trend against freedom of speech, the trend against democracy. But, and this is of course a very hard time to pick journalism as your profession, but then again, of course, the trend will reverse. And being a part of the force that helped reversing that trend is, I think, very inspiring, even in such difficult times as ours, especially like Turkey.
So let's talk about the current situation in Afghanistan. Many journalists, they are still there and they continue their work, working as a journalist, and they are writing the reports, they are mixed the video reports and everything from Afghanistan. Even we know about it, that it's a very terrible situation there, and the media's under the control of the Taliban, and the full censorship is going on in the country, but they are not stopped there working as a journalist. So it means that, yes, we are not just a journalist to stay in a country and to just follow up the news, like the very positive news or something. So there's many problems in a country that we couldn't, the problems can't force us to stop our profession as a journalist. We have to fight with the problems, and we have to continue our work as a journalist. So for me, like, for an example, Afghanistan is right now a big example for every journalist that they wants to continue their works as a journalist there.
Yeah, and if I may add, there's something to fix in your country. And as a journalist, you can do something about that. There's so many other professions in which you would be safe, but you won't fix it. So if you're up to fixing, journalism is a good profession. Thank you very much. This was the last session, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thanks very much, Ada. Thanks very much, panel. Please stay in your seats because we are about to start the closing session. Hopefully we can encourage everybody outside to come on in. Before we do that, just a quick reminder, we will be having lunch immediately afterwards at 1:30, and then for those who still have the energy and the determination and have come a long way, there is this afternoon at 2 o'clock the Global Forum for Media Development event, which will be meeting in the holiday hall downstairs at 2 o'clock. So for those there, you'll probably have to have quite a rushed lunch. Anyone, if everybody could please make their way in and find their seats, and we can get the final closing session underway. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an incredible 2.5 days of discussions here on multitude of topics around the crisis that we are facing in our world, but also in terms of journalism. But the topics, of course, started on the discussion with regards to the journalism in wartime in Sarajevo, and then we moved to the topic of the safety of journalism of the moment, the situation in Gaza. And I hope that as we discussed these crises, but also many other crises that are facing our societies and our journalists today, that they reminded us of the universality of our values that we came together as the IPI community, the universality of press freedom, of free speech, of human rights, of safety of journalists, and that these rights apply everywhere, at times of war, in times of peace, but especially when journalists put their lives at the wartime, in danger. They need to be protected, they need to be secured, but we also need to have access to freedom of information, because attacks on those journalists are also attacks on our rights and our freedom of access to information. So I believe that it's especially important as IPI, as a global network, that we come together in these times of crisis, that we come together in our support for independent journalists and press freedom, as we were founded on those bases 75 years ago, and we will continue for the next 75 years and beyond. And we need this solidarity together today more than ever. I would like to now introduce and invite two of the people who are key to our organization. Khadija Patel, who is our outgoing chair of the executive board, who just completed her 3 years in this particular post, and 6 years at the IPI board. And of course, I would like to invite our newly elected chair, Márton Gergely. Márton, who is the editor-in-chief of Hungary's largest current affairs weekly, the HVG. And I would like them to tell us about how they see IPI from the perspective of somebody like Khadija, who's been with IPI for a long time. Márton is also somebody who's been with us for a while and is taking on this position. And where do they see us in the times to come? Márton, Khadija, please, the floor is yours.
People here, considering we're right at the end of the conference. But I wanted to begin first by congratulating my colleague Márton on his election as chairperson of the IPI board. I'm very happy to give him all my headaches. But Márton, this is it's a very special organization, and when I reflect on the last 6 years coming to the IPI, the work that we've done together, the press freedom missions we've gone on, I've been thinking as well over the last 2 weeks about Slovakia, Beata, and the relationships that being on the board and just being part of the IPI allows you to foster. Because I remember going to Bratislava for a board meeting. Beata hosted us there on the anniversary, the first anniversary of Jan Kuciak's death. And it gave me such an informed perspective in how that particular case evolved in Slovakia and what it meant for Slovakian society. But also I remember Beata at some point when we were laying wreaths outside the memorial, she pointed out that they had to go through this process as Slovak journalists to explain to society why this was not just a journalist problem, that the murder of a journalist is not just a journalist's problem, that it is a societal problem, and that it should raise alarm about much more than just the welfare of a single journalist. And that for me, it has stuck with me all of these years, because I think that it tells us a lot about the work that we have to continue doing to ensure that we communicate the value of independent news media to our societies. So I'm so privileged, really, to have met people like Beata, and considering what's happened in Slovakia over the last 10 days, Beata is the editor-in-chief of SME in Bratislava, with one of the most innovative news organizations in the world, in my opinion, in many ways. And she herself is undergoing extreme pressure. She's, on these basics, she's being doxxed online, she's been harassed, being blamed, really, for the assassination attempt on the Prime Minister. And really, the value of community for journalists and for newsroom leaders at moments like these, I think, is vital. And this is why the IPI must exist, Martin. This is why you have to make sure that we...
You are not mentioning the Budapest board meeting, where you also had a fantastic experience with our failed united oppositional candidate.
That one there was definitely like a parallel experience. We weren't
the
sure.
Low point.
Yeah. But it's exactly, I think, Martin, you hosted that board meeting a couple of years ago as well, just ahead of the election in Budapest, at a time when many people in Hungary had hoped for change, and that ultimately did not come to fruition. But it also, these perspectives allow us very deep insight into some of the key challenges. And I think in Hungary, the way media capture has gone on completely, without any consequence is foreboding, and really has been the playbook for most places in Europe, but we're seeing now elsewhere as well. So you have a very complicated life as it is.
Yes, it is, because we are upkeeping our the rules of our profession, which comes from a liberal democracy, but we have to work in an illiberal democracy, and that collides on a daily basis. And I think there are too many countries now going the same way, and Hungary was such a bad example because it helped Robert Fico to have a sense how it's done inside Europe, and we have to somehow tackle that crisis, and we have somehow to come up with an idea how this discrepancy can be handled, to work in an environment which doesn't realize our rules, and that we have to tell people again and again what our profession is. And we have to tell politicians, because this is the little scene I was talking about as you addressed the hope of the Hungarian opposition to beat Orbán, and he didn't understand that we are there to speak about press freedom. He thought that he is the star, and that we will have nice questions to him. And also the fact, and this has to be addressed, he wanted a man to have the proper questions after you started the debate. So and by preparing for today's last session here, I was really thinking about the way you led this organization in the board, and confronting us all over again that an organization which calls itself in the name international should look international and should be representing the whole world, should have the voices of everyone, and especially female journalists need protection. So they don't only need equal opportunities, but we all have to understand that they need more protection, better protection. And it is often denied, often said that, well, also men get harassed or something like that. No, it's not the case. So, and I think that it goes for our profession. If our newsroom is more diverse, our news is more diverse, we reach a bigger audience. If you only men writing, don't be surprised that you are lacking women readers. And also as an organization, we have to be diverse, and we have to listen to each other. And I think to hear from you so much about the Global South was important. And I really liked the humor and the toughness, how you did it, that you were sensitive, but also
I mean,
strong.
At certain times, I just say, look, this is not a democracy. I'm the dictator. I'll tell you what to do.
Yes, yes. So I was supposed to have a speech here about Khadija, but Khadija just 1 second before we start told me that I should sit here and answer her questions. So.
It's my last act as dictator. It's my last act. But, Martin, I think that before we go on, I think we have a few things to say that I'm sure you want to join me as well in thanking the staff, the IPI staff, for putting together, first of all, a fantastic program, but also arranging really complicated logistics, especially when we couldn't control things like weather and flight arrivals and things like that. But they've been amazing.
Yeah, they were amazing, and I mean, it was a huge turnout, which is also very nice to see. It's as Franny told us, we had nearly 70 countries being here represented, which is also fantastic. And it is due to the staff in Vienna, Franny and his team, and we congratulate all of you.
Please, a round of applause for the staff. And so the problems are now yours.
Oh, yeah.
I'll come to the next Congress as a visitor.
Yes, please. Yeah. And we will talk about journalism. And what I have learned, and then back again, that our countries can face very different political problems, violence, different challenges. The way how we as journalists are looking for solutions are very much alike. How we get to the sources, how we fact check them, how we get that to the readers, how we fight big tech, how we can have the best impact. And yesterday, our award winner from Kyrgyzstan told it so nicely, that they are there for the readers. And the question is how we reach them, how we serve them best. And it as different our environment can be, it is always so interesting to hear from you and hear from the colleagues in the board and hear at the Congress that the thinking is similar, and that we can learn so much from each other, that our profession is much more uniting us as things are keeping us divided.
Absolutely, and I think that that's why the IPI is so important, that it reminds us of our shared challenges, but also about the pathways to resistance and really to resilience as well. And that really, for me, what my experience these last 6 years, through the IPI has been, is showing that, the human connections that we can make can really make us better journalists, because they show us a picture of the world that is bigger than ourselves. And that's essential when we're trying to tell the story of our world for our readers. And that's, for me, that is the defining value of the International Press Institute. It's different to other press freedom advocacy organizations in that it is a membership-based organization. It's individual and corporate members. But it's in the human connections that it allows you to foster through events like this, but also, through things like, like going on press freedom missions. And I don't know if Scott is here and Marcus, but we've done some, we've gone to difficult places around the world, also to talk about press freedom, and at different times gotten screamed at by politicians. But what this organization does is phenomenal in that way, in that a lot of its work is behind the scenes. It's a lot of diplomacy, but it is really effective. And I just think back to Mozambique a couple of years ago, and basically what we were able to do there was actually eventually ensure that a law that was being proposed was revised, a law that would have been quite detrimental to press freedom. So this is a hugely important organization that serves us at a moment of immense need around the world. And that's why I have no doubt that in your capable hands, Martin, that it will thrive. Martin has become a dear friend of mine. He runs a organization, is the editor-in-chief of EVG. Am I saying it right? Yeah?
You are allowed. Yeah.
I mean, I'm allowed. In Budapest, that is under extreme pressure as well. So he has a particular experience of repression. And I have no doubt that he will be able to lead this organization capably and with honor and with integrity. And
Thanks
thank you
very much. Thank you. Khadija, we will need the way how you can talk. I mean, I just love it. And yes, for me, IPI is also friendship. We have found each other. A lot of people we have great relations, and it's an absolute honor to have you as a friend. And I really very much hope that we keep on working together.
I mean, I think I'll find it difficult not to text you if I see something
Yes.
glaringly wrong.
Yes, yes. And I'll try not to depress you anymore with Orban.
Fantastic. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I did, when we would usually do these check-ins on the board where each person will tell us a little bit about what's happening. And every time, just before it's Martin's time, I would say, okay, Martin, not to depress us further.
Yes. Yes, I'll try not to do that in the future. And I don't take this job easily, and I hope I will manage, and I promise to serve.
And I no doubt that he will.
Thank you. Khadija.
Khadija, on behalf of the team in Vienna, I just wanted to thank you for your dedication to IPI, for your help and support over the years, and you will be always welcome to IPI, which has made your home over the last 6 years. Thank you so much, Khadija.
And with that, we hope you enjoy lunch and Sarajevo.
I have a few more. I have a few more people to thank. I'm sorry. I would like to also thank, as Khadija pointed out, this has been put together by an incredible team of colleagues, and I thank you, all of you, who have worked for months putting this together. But especially, I think I would like to have a round of applause for Grace, who's been instrumental. But also Scott, Ryan, and Chris, who have been pulling this program together, who have been organizing, funding, creating your tickets, dealing with the logistics, as Khadija pointed out, dealing with the weather changes, and ensuring in order for everything to be running smoothly for all this time. So thank you very much to you as well. And of course, this could have not been possible with the supporters and the sponsors, which you see here behind me, but I would like to just highlight the ones who have been most helpful in putting this together. The European Union for supporting the Media Innovation Festival component, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, who helped tremendously with bringing many of the speakers to be with us today, the GIs-led consortium supporting media freedom in the Western Balkans, the Erste Foundation, International Media Support, the IMS, which is our partner in the award ceremony that you attended last night, National Endowment for Democracy, OSCE mission to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and last but not least, the Simon and June Lee Center for Global Journalism at Columbia University. Thank you all, and I look forward to continuing this conversation during lunch, and looking forward to seeing you all also this evening. We have a special screening at 6 p.m. of the Oscar-winning films 20 Days in Mariupol at the Bosnian Cultural Center, which is just a little bit down the road in the center of town. So thank you very much for coming all the way, and enjoy Sarajevo.